Hello and welcome to this, our 214th live stream. Crud-Slurping Egyptian deities. This is, of course, a reference to our Monday video, which happens to deal with the Egyptian god Seth. And if you haven't watched that, please take the opportunity to do so after the live stream. I have to admit, I am completely exhausted, okay? I did an all-nighter last night. Well, sort of an all-nighter. I went to bed around 8 a.m. because I was working on a proposal for the Exodus Plagues book. We have a publisher that's really, really interested in representing it. So, gotta get done. But, went to bed at 8 a.m. and then I got woken up every half hour until I got up at about 4 o'clock. So, I am right now guzzling the coffee, trying to stay awake here. So it is great. It's both good news and bad news. The good news is they're really interested in the proposal. The proposal's looking really good. My producer loves the proposal. She thinks it's fantastic. So that's always a good thing to hear. And, oh yeah, I'm gonna be, hi mama, yeah, I'm gonna be so slap happy tonight, it's not even funny. And then yesterday, spent most of my, or the day before, I spent most of the day, doing filming, for a project I can't really talk about yet. So, yeah.
I love that.
What? A term? The alpha reader approves. Yep. Oh, and I should put in the gratuitous plug for the book too, for a book two, which is we're gonna plug today, All the Stars as Angels, which is the second novel of the War of the Gods book two. Now, yes, the dogs are going crazy outside right now. We have to live with that perennially. Okay, this is a constant thing. But this book is coming out in 3 weeks. So if you haven't pre-ordered it, please do so. And it's awesome book. Especially if you like stuff like androids and spirituality for androids. Okay? So Haystack asks, documentary? I can't say. I can't say what it is. I'm under an NDA until it comes out. Dossman, I hope it gets sent early again. Well, you never know. You know, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. You know, that all depends upon which people. They normally send it out a couple days early. So,
Get it.
yeah, you're supposed to get it the day of the release. So if you get it a couple days early, they don't care. You know, that's fine. Bubble Machine makes me wonder what's bothering the dogs so much and why the owner doesn't seem to care. These dogs bark 24/7. We have to deal with this all day, all night. Yeah, it's an awful noise, and we have to put up with it constantly. Another reason we want to get out of here. Mama says it really is very enjoyable. Well, thank you. Yeah, we think people will really like the book, especially if you love the first book. You'll probably love the second one too. Bubble Machines. So they have no owner? Oh no, the dogs are owned. Do they have owners? They just leave them out on the balcony to bark at anything that goes by. Yeah. So, okay. So, that's the business part of this. Let's get on to the anybody. Love you, Doctor. Love you, producer. Love you, Mod Squad. Well, thank you. Thank you. Again, I'm gonna be very punchy tonight. I'm really exhausted. I've been up for like 30 hours, so um I had to deal with another apologist today too, who was having his own issues. So um it's been a very, very busy week, and I just have not gotten any sleep. So it's gonna, if I start babbling incoherently, that's just par for the course tonight. Okay, so let's go over the channel rules, and then we'll get into the questions, because I don't know how long I'm going to be upright. Okay, super chats have priorities. Everyone knows this. It's YouTube standard. You all get it. We do take non-super chats, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of it. If there's no Q and no colon, we don't see it. It might as well not exist. Only post non-super chats once. Multiple posting of super chats will get your question disqualified. If it's a verse from the Bible, we ask that you add a little context. We need what book of the Bible it's from, what chapter and what verse. Okay? We do allow sponsoring of non-super chats, but we ask that you copy the question in the super chat so we don't have to hunt for it. Just saves everyone a lot of time. And finally, one question for chat. Question stacking will not be permitted. If you put more than one question in a chat, we'll only answer one question. It's just not fair to everyone else if we just take 30 minutes to answer 10 questions compressed into one chat. Okay, so that's the rules. Okay, so let's go to the questions. And the first question here is from, go all the way up to the top here. Darkblade. Darkblade asks a non-super chat here. Why doesn't the creation account use the words sun or moon? That's because the terms sun, Shemesh, and moon, Sin, are also the names of deities. Okay? So, the creation account seems to avoid the names of deities within its framework. Okay? And that seems to be why it avoids the use of these terms. It's so you don't see the creation account as a one god having a struggle with another. Okay? It's really sort of to indicate that all creation is subservient to God himself. Okay? So that's the reason why the creation account doesn't use the word sun or moon. And that's, as I said, it's because those are represented as deities in other Levantine cultures. Okay? So that's the reason. And I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, and I think that's about the only one I'm going to, non-super chat I'm going to take. We didn't get many questions going into this. So, it's actually been a low question night, to be honest. So, and if this keeps up, we're going to go to bed early. It could be a really short live stream, guys. Or entirely foodie. I mean, that could happen too. Okay. Let's get to the super chats. First super chat here. As a member question from Dossman, who asks, the birth story of Sargon of Akkad is extremely similar to the birth of Moses. What is your take on this? Well, it's not that similar. There's only one point of similarity, which is that both Sargon and Moses are stuck in a basket and thrown in a river. That's it. That's the similarity. But that's where the similarity ends. Okay? Sargon was born to an Aditum priestess and was the outcome of an illicit relationship. Okay? She broke her Aditum vow. Okay? Uh, Sargon is basically put into a basket and chucked down the, the Tigris. I mean, a raging river. Okay.
Jack Ray. They're basket.
The basket cases. Yes, Jack, they are. Okay, so she's chucked in the river, this raging river, until he is found by a gardener. Okay, who rescues him. Okay, that's the story of Sargon of Akkad. Moses is not chucked down a raging river. Okay, Moses is placed in a basket and put among the reeds beside the river. Okay, he's not thrown down the river to float. He's sort of just placed in the reeds where he can't go anywhere. No. He's not doing whitewater rafting down the Nile. Okay, not that you'd ever do white river rafting down the Nile, but no, he's not allowed to just free float down the Nile. He's placed among the reeds for a reason, so he doesn't go anywhere. So somebody will walk along the shore and find him there. And if he's not found, the sister will come up, pick up the basket, and take him home. Okay? So, it's not the same at all. Ryan says, so you're saying the Crocs didn't almost eat Moses in the basket? No, they were watching him. They were watching him. You know, his sister was watching him. You know, she was keeping an eye on the basket so nothing happened to it. It's like, it's not this. I mean, it's not that they threw him in the river and just random chance it happened on the rivers. No, he was set in the reeds. And then he was rescued from the reeds. It's also a story, too, of him being in the basket among the reeds is also, it's a parabolic act of prophecy, too. He's rescued from out of the reeds. And later on, he rescues the people as they pass through the sea of reeds. It's a prophetic event. It's a what's called in a parabolic event. So he's put in a basket made of reeds. He's stuck among the reeds. He's pulled out among the reeds. He's saved from the reeds. And then he later on saves his people by bringing them through the sea of reeds. No, it wasn't. He wasn't put on the ground. Darkblade says, so Moses was put on the ground near the river, not inside the river. He was in the river, but the river, you have to understand, the bank of the river was congested with reeds. Okay? So, it's one of those cases where, if you've ever been bass fishing, you'll see all these reeds up the side of the river. And it's just a lot of congestion of these plants that are by the bank. Okay, so you can stick a basket within the reeds, and it's not going to go anywhere. So that's really what it is. It's not that he was on the bank; it was he was in the water, and it was just that he couldn't go anywhere within the water. All right, foodie portion here. Someone's smoking. Mama, tips for switching to a mainly keto diet. Keto resource recommendations. Okay, here's your tip. Here's your first tip. Throw out all your carbs. Just toss them. Toss out your potatoes. Toss out your rice. Toss out your pasta. Toss out your sugar. Oh. Yeah, well, um, but that's how you go cold turkey on this. Okay. Yeah, bread's super hard to knock off. So is pasta and potatoes. All right. Um, and then start switching over to mostly fats. Okay. Um, um, some fats and meats essentially is what you do. Is how you make the switch. Okay. So you're going to be eating a lot of avocado. You'll be eating a lot of either steak or pork. Chicken thighs, a chicken breast is too lean. Turkey is generally too lean. Okay, so you want to avoid meats that are like really really lean. A lot of bacon. You'll be eating a lot of bacon. You'll be eating a lot of pork. Okay. Uh. Mm-mm. Okay. So, so you won't be eating a lot of breads. You will be eating. You'll be eating a lot of things like curries. Okay, because they tend to be very um uh low in carbohydrates, high in proteins and fats. A lot of cream cheese. Cream cheese will be your friend. In fact, a lot of people start their ketogenic diet just by eating Philadelphia cream cheese. I don't know if she has a Pinterest page or not. Mama says I'm going to make an exception for our homegrown potatoes. Oh, potatoes are absolutely verboten on keto. Yeah, they are absolutely verboten. You will not achieve ketosis if you eat potatoes. Okay? Here's the thing. You have to get your carbohydrate levels below 30 carbs a day. You can't do that by eating potatoes. I know they're delicious, okay? Especially homegrown potatoes. They're just so tasty, but they're also so absolutely forbidden on keto. It will knock you out of ketosis for weeks. Okay? So, sorry about the potatoes, but yeah, if you're going to do a ketogenic diet, you can't do potatoes. Yeah, no meat and potatoes, just meat. Exactly. Um, if you want, you could have salads, green salads with oil and vinegar dressing, very good. Green salads with ranch dressing, also very good. You can do it that way. You just you just can't have any sugars or carbohydrates. And unfortunately, one of your things that you're going to find is that carbohydrates are in everything. So, Milo, I have a phrase starting with K and ending in F. Okay. Oh boy. But I'll say this: it does do wonders if you have blood sugar problems. Kiara's right here. One day of not eating keto knocks you out of it for a week. You'll have to prepare your schedule for what is known as the keto flu as your body adjusts. Oh yeah, get yourself. Here's another tip. Get yourself uh that sort of beef bouillon, beef and chicken stock, like the bouillon cubes. They're mostly salt. Okay, you will find that your first couple weeks of adjusting to keto, you'll have the keto flu. It makes you feel real sick. You get a lot of cramps. That those chicken stocks, beef stocks, bone broths, they're a lifesaver. Okay, they're a lifesaver as you go through the keto flu. Okay, and after a couple weeks, you don't you it just goes away and you've adjusted to it. Mama says I have beef bones I can make stock with. Yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah, beef bones make excellent beef stock. Uh, keep that on hand. Keep that on hand for when you start feeling really cruddy. And it'll take you a few weeks to adjust to ketosis. Once you've adjusted to it, you won't need it. But for that first couple weeks, yeah, it helps a lot. I've already drank into my first cup of coffee here. All right. Milo says, I love bone broth. Yeah, it's really tasty. Bone broth is excellent. Bubble machine. If the bread is fermented for about 72 hours to the yeast can eat most of the gluten, the bread's completely fine to my gut. Yeah, that may work for gluten-free. Doesn't work for keto, though.
You were just,
Dr. Falk has lines under his eyes. Yeah, that's because he's been up for 30 hours. Okay. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised I'm upright, okay? So at this point, if I'm upright, it's a win. That's a win if I'm upright. If I'm erect and still on the air here, we're doing pretty good. Okay. Next super chat here is from Dossman for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is your favorite ancient Near Eastern subject? My favorite ancient Near Eastern subject? I don't know. I like furniture. Like temples. Hmm? Oh, yeah. I find ritual furniture to be really interesting. So but then again too, I'm kind of I love how things are made. I like ancient gemology. You know, love that subject too. I think this is really neat. So, you know, the crafts of the ancient world I find just fascinating. Fascinating. So that's sort of my favorite subjects. Okay. Dossman for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why all the confusion about Nephilim? The reason why is people forgot the context. And people forgot the context of what the Nephilim were actually pretty early. As early as, say, Iron Age 2, they'd already forgotten about a lot of context of the Nephilim. So, when people start forgetting the context of things, they start making stuff up or ascribing false causes to things. So I think that's what happened with the Nephilim, is Nephilim comes out of a late Bronze Age context. So you start getting a context that's divorced from that late Bronze Age, and people start getting mixed up. And by the time you're in the Second Temple period, yeah, they had completely forgotten what the context of the Nephilim were. So once you start getting into that Second Temple period, you start getting the extravagancies of that period, and the mythology of that period starting to be used as an interpretive rubric to interpret the Nephilim. So that's why there's so much confusion over it. So Ryan Cohenkamp asks, did the late Bronze Age collapse help with forgetting about the Nephilim? I think so, to some extent. But it was more than that too. There was a lot of changes that happened after the late Bronze Age collapse. You had the dissolution of the great empires. You had the rise of city-states. There was a lot that went on after the late Bronze Age collapsed that, you know, just people didn't think about, you know, what were the origins of the Nephilim at that point, you know, because it was so sort of remote to them at that stage. You know, they were the Iron Age, the Israelites were all into agriculture. Okay. They were developing the land. They were farming. They were tending their flocks. They were devoted to raising their kids and making food. So that was long after the Age of Empires, long after conquest, and you know, all of that what that preceded that lead up to the conquest was just sort of kind of forgotten about. So that's why I think there was a lot of confusion over the Nephilim. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, Striding Hermit for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Before my question, I'd like to thank you and the producer for the excellent content. You're most welcome. We do our best to come and be with you every Friday to answer your questions and did someone say the Age of Empires? But we do this as a service, so we're glad you're getting a lot out of this. Okay, and he goes on. And the exemplary display of integrity. We struggle with that, okay? We do our best, but we try to, you know, if we make a mistake, we try to admit to it. And we think that's really, really important. It's important to show what lives are like, the good, the bad, the ugly, just so, you know, we're not different off screen. So for us, integrity is really important. It's really important. You know, this is why we strive to be the same on screen as off screen. So, and that's not always easy. But my Mrs. Producer will basically confirm that I have this ridiculous laugh off screen as well as on screen. Not faking this laugh at all. Okay, now to his question. The laugh. Yep. What qualities make a good reader and a bad reader in your opinion? A good reader and a bad reader. Well, I don't know if there's a good reader or a bad reader. If you're talking about a beta reader, somebody who's evaluating your work before you publish it, yeah, there can be a good beta reader and a bad beta reader. But a good reader and a bad reader in general, I don't think there is such a thing as a good or a bad reader. Yeah, well. I think good readers are very attentive. They try to get the meaning and the subtext out of whatever text is in front of them. Okay, an attentive reader, I think, is a more appropriate term. Attentive and inattentive readers. An inattentive reader will try to put their own context, read themselves into the story. An attentive reader will try to read what's in the story and get the most out of it. So I think that's probably a better dichotomy. Slamaran says, don't read with your lips moving, perhaps. Actually, that's a really interesting thing. Historically, people used to read out loud. Always. This idea of people reading without saying anything is fairly recent. I mean, we kind of think of monasteries as these quiet places where people just sort of quietly read. That's not what monasteries were like. Most people in the ancient world read out loud. So what's happening is they're reading it out loud and hearing it as they read it. So, um, people, in fact, we have some historical accounts of somebody starting to read a text and it frightening the guy beside him. So it was used to be normal to read out loud. It's only in sort of Western Europe that people started this idea of reading silently. Ryan says no vow of silence. No, not in early monasticism. Early monasticism was if you read out loud. But that was part of the classical world. That's how people read in the Roman and Greek eras. So,
But also there was no television.
oh, there was no television. Yeah,
Read to whoever wanted it.
yeah. But yeah, that was one of the reasons why people had, in some ways, a better comprehension of longer texts too, because they were getting input not only just through their eyes reading it, but through their ears as well. So it helped their retention of longer pieces of text. Oh, that's the fan? Okay. Oh, yeah. Technical difficulties. Okay, so so I don't think there's a good reader or a bad reader, but an attentive reader versus an inattentive reader, certainly. Okay, so I hope that helps, Striding Hermit. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, Striding Hermit for $10. Thank you for the super chat. To the best of your memory and the producer's memory, if willing to answer, what is your favorite moment in a story that highlighted growth in a character? Now, when I got this question, I have to admit, I read a lot. I read a lot of books. I love reading books. I love reading novels. But when you put Johnny on the spot like this, it's kind of hard to think, well, okay, what is the moment in a story where that highlights growth? Because you generally don't think about this as you're reading it, at least not for entertainment. But I was talking it over with my producer, and what it comes down to, this whole idea of character growth. Every character, when they start, has a misconception, a false belief. Okay? A false belief. And then there's what's called a revelation point, a point of realization, where your character or the main character of a story realizes the false belief, and out of that realization of false belief, that turning point, the character grows beyond their false belief. Okay? Now, in the case of a hero, they improve. They become a better person. In the case of a villain, an anti-hero, they sort of find a way of staying within that false belief even after the revelation, the revelatory point. And I was kind of thinking, the one that sort of stuck in my mind was Wizard of Oz. Okay? When I got this question, here's Dorothy in Wizard of Oz has a false belief. She believes somebody else is going to save her in whatever situation she's in. Okay? And I'm talking about the book here, not the movie. Okay? In the book, Toto bites the local hag. Okay? And the hag comes and wants to put Toto down. So Dorothy goes to her uncle and aunt and tries to get them to save Toto. They won't do it because the dog has bit a woman. Okay, so she runs away, takes Toto with her. She meets a carny, a traveling snake oil salesman. Okay, she thinks he's gonna help her. He doesn't. He doesn't care. Then she goes into the world of Oz, and then she meets up with a whole bunch of of, of sidekicks. And the straw man, the scarecrow, the tin man, and the cowardly lion. And they off to see the Wizard of Oz, and the Wizard of Oz is gonna save her. Okay, well, Dorothy goes to the Wizard of Oz, and the Wizard of Oz, you know, gives the straw man a degree, gives the lion a potion of courage, gives the tin man a clock in the shape of a heart. Okay, the revelatory point that Dorothy gets at that point is the Wizard of Oz is a con man. He's a huckster. At that point, she realizes it's up to her. Her false belief is somebody else is going to save her. She realizes that she's got to help herself. She's got to take. She's got to be active in the situation. To save Toto, to save Oz. And that's where you see the character growth. You see it at the point where her false belief that other people are going to save her gets exposed when she goes to the Wizard of Oz and discovers the most powerful man in the Kingdom of Oz is nothing but a con man. So I think that's one of the most interesting sort of moments of character growth that sort of kind of popped up in my brain. So anyway, that's the one that came to my mind. Hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. We're off to see the wizard. Bubble Machine. Kind of reminds me of Spirited Away a little bit. Ooh, that's a dark story. Ooh, that's a dark story. Yee. Yeah, Spirited Away is... Ooh. Yee. That's a very, very dark story. If you understand Spirited Away, it's... Ooh. Ick. Mama goes, I delight in physical books. Digital's okay, but I enjoy annotating, seeing progress before my eyes. I enjoy touching the beautiful bindings, passing them down someday. Yeah, I mean, that's a great thing. Mama says, you always say that, but I disagree. What, about Spirited Away? Anything Studio Ghibli does is pretty much dark and is an awful story. I mean, it's well done, it's well animated, it's well scripted, it's beautifully, beautifully done. It's totally about. Yeah, Totoro is a dark story too. Yeah, we won't get into Totoro. Yeah, yeah, his stuff is infamous. Yeah, Miyazaki is infamous for telling dark tales in very kid-friendly ways. Okay, let's go to the next super chat here. Darkblade. Why did Yehoshua syncopate to Yeshua when Yahu becomes Yo everywhere else? Yehonatan, Yehoash, Yehoram. Um, because it did. I had a Hebrew professor that once said this. Um, he brought up a verse that was, and the verse was, there was much happiness and joy slaughtering cattle and slaying sheep. Well, humans are slayed, but they're not slaughtered in Hebrew. But sheep are slain, not slaughtered. And I asked him the question, well, why are sheep slain and not slaughtered? And his answer was, when it comes to ancient languages, you don't ask the question why. Things just happen in ancient languages just because it seems well for them to do it. That's sort of what's happening here with the syncopation of Yehoshua to Yeshua. It's the same name. It's the exact same name. It's Joshua in both cases. It's just some forms of it syncopated in the centuries around the Common Era. We don't know why. We don't know why. It just did. Okay? Unfortunately, that's the best answer we can give you. So, a bubble machine. Why can't whimsy be childish whimsy? I know. I empathize with you. I wish it was like that. I totally sympathize with you. Now, I think there are some animes that are like that. There are some. Just doesn't come from Studio Ghibli. Bubble Machine. Wait, there's nothing wrong with the Cat Returns. It's a remake, but yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with the Cat Returns, except the fact that in the case of the Cat Returns, it's an attempted cat homicide. But the owner tries to kill the cat repeatedly. Okay. Apart from that, it's probably fine. Oh, yeah, it's the cat came back the very next day. The Cat Returns is a remake of that. Yes. What's the plot of The Cat Came Back? It's the owner trying to kill the cat repeatedly. The Cat Returns is just Studio Ghibli's remake of The Cat Came Back. Oh, we can tell this is going to be a fun night. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Darkblade, for that. A bubble machine. Jeepers creepers. I don't understand how they'd coincide with each other. He got his influences a lot of places. Okay. Next one here is from AT Ministries. So we're in the AT Ministries portion of this for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Deuteronomy 27:6. Why uncut stones? All right, we can bring up our Bible now. Deuteronomy 27. Verse 6. Okay. Now, this is the prohibition of the altar here. It starts at verse 5 here. Moreover, you shall not build there an altar to the Lord your God, an altar of stones you shall build there an altar to the Lord your God, an altar of stones You shall not wield an iron tool on them. You shall build the altar of the Lord your God of uncut stones, and you shall offer it on it burnt offerings to the Lord your God. Okay, now, why uncut stones? The rationale here seems to be that if you use uncut stones, you're making a natural altar. So you're making an altar that is made by stones that are made by God, as opposed to making the altar out of stones made by men. So there's a lot there that's it just that seems to be the context here, is that in places where there's these cut stones for an altar, it's sort of a tainted by the craftsmen of men. Whereas if uncut stones are used, it's natural, it's made by God, and does not require further alteration than that. Okay? So, that seems to be what's going on here. That's the best explanation I've heard for this so far. I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Deuteronomy 25:11. What's so special about the nuts? Ooh, ouch. All right, let's talk about this one. Ouchie, ouch. All right. If two men, a man and his countryman, are struggling together, and the wife comes near to deliver her husband from the hand of the one who is striking him, and she puts out her hand and seizes his genitals, then you shall cut off her hand, and you shall not show pity. Okay, now let's talk about what's going on here. Now, this is not the only law in the ancient Near East that had this. Okay? You look at the Mesopotamian law codes, and they have something similar, except in the Mesopotamian law codes, she gets executed. Okay? What is going on here? The key to understanding this is seizes. And this is not just touching. She's crushing. Yeah, she's crushing them. Okay? We actually even have a couple reliefs, paintings of this. There's one painting on a Greek urn where it shows a woman doing this. Okay? So, this was a dirty fighting tactic that was done by women of the ancient Near East. Okay? So, and it was meant to destroy the guy's reproductive potential. Okay? Now, in any clan culture, if you destroy a guy's posterity, that has serious consequences, not just for the guy, but for a community. So, this is not a passive thing here. She's really doing. I mean, yeah, her husband may be getting pommeled, but by her doing this, she is destroying clan integrity, and it's seen as a very, very serious crime. Oh, mama. Oh, crushing all his hopes and dreams. Yeah, it absolutely affects the entire community. Okay? Yeah, it does affect the entire community. So it's not just... It's a serious crime. It was considered a serious crime back then. And as I said, in Mesopotamia, this got you the death penalty. You know, they would do that. So, so I think that that there's some real issues there involved with that. So, but that's why this is seen as such a big deal. All right. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 ministers for 199. Deuteronomy 25:3 is for the 40 here literal. Okay. 25 verse 3. Okay, this is a we'll start at verse 1. If there's a dispute between men and they go to court and the judges decide their case and they justify the righteous and condemn the wicked, then it shall be, if the wicked deserves to be beaten, the judge shall make him lie down and be beaten in his presence the number of stripes according to his guilt. He may beat him 40 times, no more, lest he beat him many more stripes than these, and your brother be degraded in your eyes. Okay, so it's a maximum limit here. It's basically a way of saying you can't just continue to beat the guy senseless. Okay, there's a limit. There's a limit. So, whether or not it's literal, the situation here is that you can't beat a guy to an inch of his life. It's a beating, not a killing. Okay. So it is seen here that the 40 is the maximum limit of what is considered to be an acceptable beating for punishment. So, Tony G, deep dive into Deuteronomy tonight. Yep. Hey, Adam, how's it going? Okay. So, whether or not it's literal here, I think in this particular case, you'd probably see this as a maximum limit at most. All right, next one here is 18 Mysteries for 199. Why is Jesus the Lion of Judah? Because the lion was symbolic of the king. Okay? And you look at, say, for example, the throne of Solomon. The throne of Solomon had lions on his throne. Okay? So, and you see this all over the ancient Near East. On the throne decor of the Megiddo ivories, you see lions. On the thrones of Egyptian kings, you see lions. Lions are the symbol of royalty and kingship. Okay? So, Jesus being the Lion of Judah, he is seen as the king that comes out of the branch, as it were. That remained after the tree was cut down. So, yeah, it's part of the Genesis 49 prophecy too, but it is a symbol of kingship. It's really what it is. Okay, so I hope that helps. Oh, I'm sure there was, yeah. Can't really read that because my Hebrew font is not great here. Bonbon. It's Bonbon. It's Bonbon. Bonbon's using the Hebrew font tonight. Wasn't there a king of Assyria who was strangling a lion in a relief? Oh, I'm sure there was. Yeah, yeah. There's also images of, say, but there's also what's called the Samson seal. They found a seal of a guy, basically taking the mouth of a lion and ripping it apart. Okay, so oh yeah, I mean, once I could read the font, I figured out who it was, but it's really tiny on my screen, so it's like hard for me to read. So, but yeah, it's called the Samson seal, and it's a motif of basically this wild guy killing a lion by tearing its jaws apart. So, yeah, it's lions were the sign of strength and power, but overcoming them too was seen as a sign of bravery and royalty. I mean, a lot of kings went on lion hunts. You know, there's a lot of portrayals in Egyptian and Assyrian reliefs of kings hunting lions. So, yeah, pretty cool stuff. Okay, but anyway, that's why Jesus is considered the Lion of Judah, because it's the symbol of kingship. All right, next one here, from 18 Mysteries from 199. Was Baal Hadad really a fertility god? No, he was a storm god. Okay, Baal was a storm god. Hadad was also a storm god. They're both storm gods, but that's part of the fertility cycle too. Okay, and the way it worked was Yom and the sea, at least in the Baal cycle that you find at Ugarit. The sea contained the gods Yom and which is just another name for the sea, and Mut, which is death. Okay, and they would send bad weather onto the land, and Baal would overcome the bad weather. In doing so, it would provide the rains, and that would increase the fertility of the land. So he's indirectly a fertility god, but that's because of his ability to control the seas, or sorry, to control the storms. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. Okay, next one from AT Ministries for 199. Did Egyptians use wedding rings? Now, here's the thing with wedding rings. You hear, when you look at, say, the histories of wedding rings, you'll often see it said that wedding rings go back to the 6,000 years to the ancient Egyptians. But there's no evidence of this. Really. You don't find this in tombs. You don't find this on mummies. You don't find the use of wedding rings in ancient Egypt. You really don't find wedding rings being used until Rome. And the very first wedding ring that we have historically documented is actually the wedding ring worn by the wives of senators. Okay? Now, the nature of this wedding ring was very interesting. It was a ring that had a key motif on it. And the purpose of the wedding ring for the wives of the senators was to show that she had control of his purse. Okay? So she was entitled to half of all he had. And this was her proof that she had control of his purse. And it's the earliest example of wedding rings that I know of. Okay? So, very little changes apparently. But those are the earliest wedding rings that I am familiar with. Is the ones used on Mama money. Wedding rings were about money. Hilarious. Yeah, I mean, in those days, marriage was a business transaction. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. My producer said for all the talk of patriarchy, it was the women who had the keys. Yeah. Well, the wives of senators would ride around Rome in chariots to show their wealth. You know, it was a status thing. It was a status thing. You know, men show their status by their military power. Women show their status through consumption and wealth. It just status was an important thing back then. You know, Rome was pretty bad. Yeah, not if you were a rich woman, but you know. Okay. Let's go to the next one here. 18 Ministers 199. Deuteronomy 33:5. Is the he Moses, Jacob, or God? Let's find out. Okay. Deuteronomy 33. Start verse 2. And he said, the Lord came from Sinai and dawned on them from Seir. He shone forth from Mount Paran, and he came from the midst of 10,000 holy ones. At his right hand there was flashing lightning for them. Indeed, he loves the people. All the holy ones are in his hand, in thy hand, and they follow thy steps. Everyone receives thy words. Moses charged us with the law, a possession for the assembly of Jacob, and he was king in Jeshurun. When the heads of the people were gathered, the tribes of Israel together. All right. It seems from the context that the he is most likely to be the Lord here. Okay. Jeshurun is a synonym for Israel. At least a lot of commentators seem to think it is. So, that would preclude it from being Jacob or Moses here. So, Darkblade, congratulations on making it through 1 hour, Dr. Falk. Oh boy. I can feel myself tipping over to my chair here. So, we already covered this, but 18 Mysteries for 19.99. Thank you for the super chat. What's Jeshurun? As I say, most commentators think it's a synonym for Israel. So, at least that's what I best understand. So, okay. Let's go on to the next one here. 18 Mysteries for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Deuteronomy 33:13-18. Joseph is the firstborn. Let's look at that, and then let me give you some pushback on that. Okay, so Deuteronomy 13:13-18. Okay. And of Joseph he said, blessed of the Lord be his land, with the choice of things of heaven, with the dew, and from the deep lying underneath, and with the choice yield of the sun, and with the choice produce of the months, and with the best things of the ancient mountains, and the choice things of the everlasting hills, the choice things of the earth and its fullness, and the favor of him who dwelt in the bush, let it come to the head of Joseph, and the crown of the head of the one distinguished among his brothers. Okay, he's distinguished, not the firstborn. We'll get there. As the firstborn of his ox, majesty is his, and his horns are the horns of the wild ox. With them he shall push his people all at once to the end of the earth. And those are the 10,000s of Ephraim. Those are the thousands of Manasseh. All right. Now, let's take a look at Genesis 29. We're going to get a little different. So, Was he entitled to be firstborn? Okay, we sort of determined last week that Reuben was disqualified from being the firstborn because of him sleeping with a concubine. But was Joseph the secondborn? Because that would be who should be getting the firstborn if Reuben is disqualified. So, Genesis 29. Okay, I'm going to start here at verse 32. Okay. We'll start verse 31 here. That gives us more context. Now the Lord saw that Leah was unloved, and he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bore and named him Reuben. For she said, because the Lord has seen my affliction, surely now my husband will love me. No, he won't. Then she conceived again, and she bore a son, and said, because the Lord has heard that I am unloved, he has given me this son also. She named him Simeon. She conceived again and bore a son and said, now this time my husband will become attached to me. No, he won't. Because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore, he was named Levi. And she conceived again and bore a son and said, this time I will praise the Lord. Therefore, she named him Judah. Then she stopped bearing. Genesis 30, verse 1. Now when Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, she became jealous of her sister and she said to Jacob, give me children, else I die. All right. Yeah, Mama, I totally agree with you. Poor Leah, pawned off by her dad, unloved by her husband. Absolutely. Yeah, she deserved better. Yeah, she's deserved a lot better than Jacob. Okay? But here we see in here that she has 4 sons. Okay? Before Joseph is ever born. Okay? So, you have Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. Now, we know Judah was a good son. Okay, we know that. He's the one that braves the wilds, to go and retrieve his father and his Benjamin. Okay? So there's 4 sons, 3 other sons that should have been firstborn after Reuben. But Jacob loved Joseph more. And that's why he was selected. Yes, he saved the people as well. Okay. But he was also a favorite. Jonathan Walker, Joseph was 11th because the handmaids gave birth to children before Moses. For Joseph, yeah. He's sort of the last person who should have been firstborn if it was the normal progression of inheritance here. Elijah King, Joseph was the firstborn of Rachel, who Jacob loved. Yeah. And this is why later on the Sinai covenant is going to forbid this kind of switching out of the firstborn. Mama says, I've never thought about it, but Leah must have been so lonely. Yeah, she was done dirty. Yeah, Leah was done dirty. Now, interestingly enough, she's done dirty in life, but when Jacob dies, he isn't buried with Rachel. He's buried with Leah. So, Jonathan Walker says This is excluding Dinah away. The text doesn't say when she was born. It excludes all the daughters. We don't know how many daughters there were. We can presume, though, there was a lot of daughters, too. So, Leah was the oldest. Yeah, Leah was the oldest. Yeah, but she was done dirty. She was so done dirty. Aaron Richard, do you think she would have had it better if she stayed with Laban? I don't know. But she probably would have done better if she had been able to find a different husband. So yeah, it's yeah, she was totally done dirty. So when it comes to Joseph becoming the firstborn and receiving the double inheritance, that's a mix of Joseph saving his people in Egypt combined with Jacob's favoritism. That's what that's about. So, and it's not one or the other, it's probably both. Where Joseph saves his people and he's Jacob's favorite. So, Darkblade, would she have been better off marrying Esau? Heck no. Esau went and got his own wife really early. Oh no, that would have been a bad situation too. Yeah, that would not have been good. Okay, so I think we covered here Joseph. All right, let's go on to the next one here. 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Deuteronomy 32:51. Explain broke faith and treat as holy. I'm going to have 32:51. Oops. Deuteronomy, sorry. Economy. $32.51. All right, this is talking about the death of Moses. Verse 50. Then die on the mountain where you ascend and be gathered to your people as Aaron your brother died on Mount Hor, was gathered to his people. Because you broke faith with me in the midst of the sons of Israel at the waters of Meribah Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. Because you did not treat me as holy in the midst of the sons of Israel. Okay. This is where Meribah Kadesh is where he strikes the stone for the water. Okay? So basically what he does is the people ask for water. He gets angry and strikes the stone in anger. Now, we're not told how he got angry or what he said to the people, but we do know that the Lord disapproved of this action. Okay? So, I think what it was in this case was that Moses misrepresented what the Lord was trying to communicate to the people. The people were looking for water. Moses assumed they were just complaining again. And he gets angry, and basically, I think what was going on at Meribah Kadesh was that he misrepresents that God was angry at the people for asking for water. So that's where he breaks faith, as it were. He broke the faith with the Lord because he was called to basically be the Lord's spokesman, to accurately relate what the Lord was saying. And by expressing anger, where there was no anger, he basically misrepresented what he was his calling as a prophet. Okay, so that's where what I think was going on here at Meribah. So I think that's what it was here. Darkblade, would this be an example of taking God's name in vain? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's an example of that. Essentially, you're misrepresenting God and his character. So, yeah, this would be an example of that. Mama says he lost his temper and lied about God to the nation of Israel. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. 18 ministers for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Deuteronomy 34, 6a brings tears to my eyes. Okay, 34. Verse 6a. And he buried him in the valley in the land of Moab, opposite Beit Peor. Okay. It's the death and it's the burial of Moses. Okay. Sure. All right, next one here. 18 ministers for 199. Can you make a video of Abraham and Hammurabi's code? I might be able to do that, yeah. I did have an academic paper on this already that I could probably convert into some sort of a video script. So, yeah, I can see that doing that. That would not be out of the range of possibility here. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Are you going to make a video of Elisha and the bears? Oh, those covenant bears. You need to learn how to do cartoons. The animated version. The animated version of Elisha and the bears and the covenant bears. Mama, I would enjoy that video too, Doc. Hey, we all want to see covenant bears give some young punks a kicking. The thug youth could not bear it, says Jack Ray. Blue Dog AI could do it. Have Yogi Bear come out and start kicking kids around. Boo boo. Jonathan Rocker, Covenant Bears is a ripoff of Care Bears. Covenant Bears are radically different from Care Bears. It would be hilarious, wouldn't it?
With a rainbow. Once you can do it
again. Pink bear with a heart on his chest. Kicking the stuffings out of some punks. Oh, that'd be hysterical. I'd have to learn how to make AI films, though. Oh boy, or at least figure out how to do some animation.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Mama, no! No AI, please. Oh, why not? It's perfect for those sorts of things. The one thing I do think AI is actually useful for is doing parody films. Bubble machine, that'd be so cursed. Jonathan Walker. I think Winnie the Pooh would be better. Paddington Bear goes wild.
People with his umbrella.
Beats people up with his umbrella. Bubble machine. It'd be a melting fever dream. But that's what would make it so good. Make it so awesome.
Jack, Pooh, Yogi, and Patty.
Jack Ray, Winnie the Pooh, Yogi, and Paddington walk out of the woods. Jack Ray, Alice in Wacky Land. Oh, yeah, definitely. Dark Blade. Are Yogi and Paddington old enough to be out of copyright? Paddington might be, Yogi isn't. Yeah, well, Yogi's Hanna-Barbera. Yeah, Yogi's owned by Hanna-Barbera. That's the 1960s. He wouldn't be out of copyright yet. Paddington is the 1920s. If he's not out of copyright, he's close. He's close. Bernstein Bears are not out of copyright. Smokey the Bear might be because he's owned by the government. Smokey the Bear is federal property. Smokey the no. Smokey the Bear was created by the National Park Service. As a government agency, he has no copyright.
Don't start forest fires.
Many people have done parodies of Smokey the Bear. Yeah. PC, only you can stop profit attacks. Mama says, would you say that Smokey the Bear is fair game? Smirk.
Oh, forget.
Oh no. Bubble machine. Sugar-free Haribo gummy bears. Oh, those are nasty. Those are so nasty. Yeah, never eat those. Especially if you're in an airport. Ooh. No, they cause explosive diarrhea.
Oh, no. Yes,
Yeah.
You did tell me the story.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to eat those. All right, let's move on here. Okay. Darkblade, the wiki page says Paddington first appeared in 1958. Then he's probably not out of copyright. So if it's only 1958, yeah, he's probably not out of copyright. Okay, 18 Mysteries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Deuteronomy 25:3. Explain the purpose and process of levirate marriage. Would it have been seen as incest back then? The quick answer to the question is no. But let's talk about what this is. Deuteronomy 25 is not talking about levirate marriage, so you got the wrong verse here. But we can talk about levirate marriage anyway. Okay. So you got the wrong verse here as far as levirate marriage, but let's talk about what levirate marriage is, because we can explain that anyway. Levirate marriage is all about clan integrity. Okay. Now, clan integrity and inheritance. Okay. Now, you and your brother, you're single, but your older brother gets married. Okay. He doesn't have any children, but both of you are going to inherit a piece of the clan's holdings. Okay? And this is the allotment that gets passed down from generation to generation to generation. So you are each going to get a piece of land. Okay? But your brother doesn't produce children. He dies. Okay? Now, unlike a lot of other systems where she might inherit the land or you might get both pieces, levirate marriage tries to maintain clan integrity by saying, hey, you have a clan obligation to marry your brother's widow. And what you do is you're supposed to produce 2 male children. Okay? 25, 5 to 10. Okay. Yeah, and the verse says, when brothers live together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside the family to a strange man. Her husband's brother shall go to her and take her to himself as a wife to perform the duty of a husband brother to her. And it shall be that the firstborn whom she bears shall assume the name of the dead brother. That also includes his inheritance, that his name may not be blotted out from Israel. But if a man does not desire to take his brother's wife, then his brother's wife shall go up to the gate to the elders and say, my brother's husband refuses to establish a name for his brother in Israel. He is not willing to perform the duties of a husband's brother to me. Then the elders of the city shall summon him and speak to him. And if he persists and says, I do not desire to take her, then his brother's wife shall come to him in the sight of the elders, pull his sandal off his foot, and spit in his face, and she shall declare, thus it is done to the man who does not build up his brother's house. And in Israel his name shall be called the house of him whose sandal is removed. Okay. Oh, this is about public shaming. That's a nice family story. So this is about levirate marriage is about clan preservation. Okay? It's about making sure that clan integrity maintains intact when somebody dies before producing an heir. Okay? So that's the whole purpose of levirate marriage. And it's specifically for that idea of, yeah, you don't want the clade of your brother to die out. So you marry your brother's wife. It's not considered incest. You produce 2 children. One to replace your brother, one to replace yourself. Okay? So the first child, the oldest, he gets the brother's inheritance. Your child gets your inheritance. Or however many children you do have. You might have to split up against more, but
That shows
Yeah.
marriage for all business.
Yeah. Yeah.
Business.
yeah. So this was a way of preserving the integrity of the clan, essentially. So that's the whole purpose of levirate marriage. It was not considered incest. It was never considered incest. It's just one of those things that you find in clan societies because infant mortality was so high. Early, premature death was so high. You just needed these sort of safeguards, societal safeguards, to keep clans going.
All the older dying.
Yeah. Yeah. It and all this is predicated upon your brother dying of natural causes, and you being or war. That's another thing, and you being single at the time. Okay. You weren't considered for levirate marriage if you were already married. Okay. You didn't have to take. I mean, there was no levirate marriage for a married man. It was for single men only, which provided incentive for people to get married too, to be honest. Okay, so I think that covers the purpose and process of levirate marriage. Again, it's to preserve clan integrity. It's again about brothers that live together. One's married, one's single, at least. So. Yeah. Tony G here. Onan helped end it. Onan tried. Yeah, that was Onan was that was supposed to be a levirate marriage. Okay? But he tried to deny his brother an heir so that he could take the land for himself. So yeah, Onan was a dirtbag. I don't know. I don't think so. But I have to look into that further. Okay. Next one here is from Messianic Talmud for $5. Why was Apophis given such vulgar names by the Egyptians? Because he was the guy who tried to eat the sun. He was a serpent. He was a demon of sorts that tried to eat the sun. That was seen as a bad thing by the Egyptians because Egyptians, for being a desert people, still relied on the sun. You needed it for growing crops. You needed it for all sorts of things. If you didn't have the sun, you lived in darkness. And Egypt gets very dark at night. It gets very, very dark at night. So there was always this constant contrast between, say, the bright sun in the day and the darkness of the night in Egypt. So yeah, there was this idea that if the sun got eaten, that'd be the end of the day. Nothing but a train after that. So yeah, he was not seen as a good guy. Apophis was also seen as a kind of a demon that could eat souls too. So, not necessarily one with a good coming. At least not one that's really that clear. But Apophis is kind of more of a what we would call a foiled demon. Apophis was a strange being anyway. Um, he's not found in the earliest versions of the Rey myth. We don't actually see him coming into the Rey myth until the Middle Kingdom. So he's not part of the earliest iterations of the myth. So it's something that seems to be added later. So it's kind of he's kind of a weird addition to the whole solar cycle thing. So okay. So I hope that helps. But yeah, he was considered to be the enemy of the sun. And the sun is the preeminent god. And even preeminent gods have enemies, so why not have a snake for that? Okay. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Why did Ra need help to defeat the snake Apophis? Was it that powerful? No, but you needed Bast to do something. I mean, if you Ra was basically, I mean, his job was to keep the Aten disc over his head as they sailed. Okay, that's his job. If you'll notice, what defeats the Knight is a cat with a knife. Usually, this is usually conceived to be the goddess Bast or Bastet. Okay, there's a natural antipathy between snakes and cats. You might see this on YouTube videos. Cats hate cucumbers. They get freaked out. They think they're snakes. Okay? So they're afraid of cucumbers. But a cat is faster than a snake. So cats and snakes are natural enemies. The Egyptians noticed this too. So what better to deal with the snake demon than a cat with a knife? The cat would have a lot of fun, yeah. Yeah, they like playing with snakes. The weirdest mythological creature? Oh boy, Mama asks the weirdest mythological Egyptian creature. There's a serpent with 4 heads. 4 heads and I think 4 legs. That's probably the weirdest thing I've seen in Egyptian tomb relief. All right. Okay. Hydra. Something like that, yeah. All right. So to answer your question, Messianic Talmud, it's not so much that Rey needed help to defeat Apophis. It was just he had somebody willing to do it, which was the cat deity, Bast. She was more than happy to deal with it. So it's like, okay, she wants to kill snakes, let her kill snakes. All right, next one here is from AT Mistress for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is Joshua Bronze Age literature? No. And he goes, I don't think Judges is. Okay. Joshua's not Bronze Age literature and certainly not Judges. Bronze Age is way too early. When we talk about, say, the Pentateuch, the core documents of that, I think, are late Bronze Age. But once you're in the period of Joshua and Judges, you're in the Iron Age. So there's no way it could either Joshua or Judges could be Bronze Age literature. Now, that said, could it be Iron Age literature? Maybe. Could it be literature from the exile? Possibly. I don't think I don't think Joshua is from the exile, but I think Joshua and Judges could be just before the exile. They both seem to have that structure of didactic teaching literature. So it's possible it could be from the exile, but it's also possible too that it could be late Iron Age as well. So I'm kind of thinking that both of them date to the divided monarchy period. So that's just my thoughts on that. I'd have to look into the issues of dating and provenance a bit more before I come down hard on basically a date for Joshua or Judges. But all I can say right now is it's definitely not Bronze Age. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from Melcian Talmud for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, you previously said that Yahweh wasn't exactly contending with the gods of Egypt, but Exodus 12:12 says he will execute judgment on them. Let's read that carefully, because I don't think it says what you think it says. All right, so let's go to Exodus here. A lot of people say that the plagues were judgment on the gods of Egypt based upon this verse. But what does this verse really say? And we have to read it carefully, because otherwise we fall into a potential of eisegesis. Okay? Here's what it says. Verse 12. For I will go through the land of Egypt on that night, and I will strike down all the firstborn of the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment. I am the Lord. Okay. Now, does this say that the plagues were an execution of judgment on the gods of Egypt? No. What this says is the Passover was. Okay? So, this is a case where people often overread the text and commit this accidental eisegesis, where they see this one instance where one plague is being used to execute judgment and infer that it applies to the other plagues too. And the text doesn't say that. So we got to be really, really careful here. Now, let's talk about what this text is really dealing with, because it isn't quite about a battle of divinities. Okay? So, the Lord says, for I will go through the land of Egypt on that night, again, the Passover. I will strike down all the firstborn. Who's the firstborn? That's your designated inheritors. Okay? Not the chrono person of first birth. The designated inheritor. And just about every family has a designated inheritor. Both man and beast. Now, your designated inheritor for beasts, that's your breeding stock. Okay?
Which is why Pharaoh didn't die.
Yeah. Well, yeah. In the case of Pharaoh wouldn't have died even if he had been included in this curse, because he had already inherited. If you had already inherited, you would have been excluded. Okay? So, and against all the gods of Egypt, I will execute judgments. Now, what exactly does killing the firstborn affect a spirit critter? How does that affect a spirit critter? In any way. Spirit critters aren't affected by killing humans. In fact, a lot of spirit critters are really into killing humans. A lot of humans die. Hey, you've just made a spirit critter's day. Spirit critters don't like humans. At least a lot of them don't, especially not the evil ones. Mama says, but that thinking in the physical. Yeah, well, people do think in the physical. Now, a god is not just a spirit critter. Let's take you to another passage here. Which is Exodus chapter 8, I think. Nope, that's not it. See if I can find this quickly. Take me probably a couple minutes to. Exodus 7:1. Then the Lord said to Moses, see, I will make you. Now there's no as there, even though it says as. There's no as or like. Make you God to Pharaoh. That's what it literally says here. See, I will make you God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron shall be your prophet. Now, traditional rendering here would put like or as there. Like a god to Pharaoh. Okay? We do see that there are instances in the Old Testament when people who have the power of life and death are called gods. Okay? So when we look at a passage like Exodus 12, verse 12, where it says, I will go through the land of Egypt on that night and will strike down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments. Plural. God is not saying I am going to strike down the spirit critters. That's not what's going on here. I'm going to strike down the spirit critters by getting rid of the firstborn. Firstborn doesn't matter to a spirit critter. It matters to people. It maybe matters to animals. It does not matter to a spirit critter. So this is an attack on the authority. Those who would be in the position of judging, making those judgments of life and death. The taskmasters, the nobles, the the house of Pharaoh, the people who had power in Egypt. So it's an erosion of the power base of Egypt. So that's what's going on here. So we have to be very, very careful here to take this verse in its context in order to understand what's happening here. Because otherwise we then get this idea that, Yahweh's fighting the gods of Egypt, when it's not saying this at all. And I think this is the problem with, say, Crud's interpretation of the plagues of Egypt, is he is starting off with Exodus 12:12 and this misreading of Exodus 12:12 in order to derive this sort of battle and contest between Yahweh and the gods of Egypt. And the text just doesn't go there. So, oh yeah. Merv Monson says, I think judges in Exodus 22 are also referred to as gods too. Yeah, so Psalm 82. Psalm 82 does it as well. So, yeah, judges, people with that power, people with lots and lots of power are often called gods. But they're called gods because of their power of life and death, not because they were ontologically deities or spirit critters. So, Anyway, I hope that helps, Messianic Talmud. I hope that brings some clarity to that passage. Thank you very much for that question. We do get this question sometimes, and it's a commonly misunderstood text. So I hope that helped. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you for the super chat. I have heard that no other ancient Near Eastern code forbids same-sex relationships like the Torah. Is this true? Sorta. Okay. It is true that there is no law code that forbids it. Uh, Outside of the Torah. But that's not the same as saying it was frowned upon. Okay? There is a place where we do find it mentioned. Book of the Dead, section 125 in the Negative Confession, article confession number 27. Basically, one of the things that good Egyptians are supposed to say at their judgment is they didn't do that thing. Okay? So, Egypt didn't have laws. Okay? But that's not the same as saying anything goes. Okay? Definitely in Egypt, anything didn't go. But it was an activity that seems to have been frowned upon, that was not coherent with what good Egyptians were supposed to do. Okay? So, there is no law code in Egypt that forbids it. But then again, there were no law codes. You only get law codes in Mesopotamia. So that's where we have to sort of draw the line there. So it is true that there's no law code in the ancient Near East that forbids it, but it's not the same as saying it condoned it either. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Bubble Machine asks a member question. Very interesting one, too. In Acts chapter 5, 1 to 10, what would be the modern equivalent of Ananias and his wife lying to the Spirit of the Lord? That is a very interesting question. Acts chapter 5, and it's a very interesting passage, too. We'll read the thing. We should actually back up a bit, because this is actually, the natural text break is not at verse 1. It is actually earlier. It's actually in chapter 4. Let's actually start at verse 34 and then read from there. Because you can't take Ananias and Sapphira without talking about Joseph, who was called Barnabas. Okay? Verse 34. For there was not a needy person among them, for all who were owners of land or houses would sell them and bring the proceeds of the sales, and lay them at the apostles' feet, and they would be distributed to each as any had need. Okay, so right now, in chapter 4, verses 34 to 35, that sets the tone here. The church had people in need. So what happened was the early Christians would sell their property and bring the proceeds to help feed the poor, help feed Christians who were in need. Okay? Verse 36. And Joseph, a Levite of Cyprian birth, who was also called Barnabas by the apostles, which translated means son of encouragement, and who owned a tract of land, sold it, and brought the money and laid it at the apostles' feet. Okay, so he does this act of extreme generosity. Okay, now we get to Acts 5. But a certain man named Ananias, with his wife Sapphira, sold a piece of property and kept back of the price for himself. With his wife's full knowledge, and bringing a portion of it, he laid it at the apostles' feet. But Peter said, Ananias, why has Satan filled your heart to lie to the Holy Spirit and keep back some of the price of the land? While it remained unsold, did it not remain your own? And after it was sold, was it not under your control? Why is it that you have conceived this deed in your heart? You have not lied to men, but to God. And as he heard these words, Ananias fell and breathed his last, and the great fear came upon all who heard it. Okay, now, what's going on here is this is the early days of the church. The church is in a very fragile state. This is the apostles are still alive. Christians are being already persecuted. They're in need. They need help from the church, and the church is providing it. And people are coming up and they're selling their land to support needy brothers in Christ, needy brothers and sisters in Christ. What Ananias and Sapphira did was sold a piece of property, but kept the bulk of it for themselves. They didn't want to give it all up, but they wanted to seem like they did. So they're trying to fit in with the same sort of class of generosity as, say, Joseph, who was called Barnabas. Okay, Joseph, who's called Barnabas, gave everything when he sold his land. He gave it all. But Ananias and Sapphira, they were greedy. They were greedy, but they wanted the prestige. They wanted the acclaim. There would have been no issue here if they had said, okay, we're not going to give you the whole thing. We're not going to even claim to have given you the whole thing. But we sold this land and here's your piece. That would not have been a problem. But they wanted the apostles to think they were giving it all. So, is there something going on in the chat? Okay. All right. Okay, so what would be the modern equivalent of Ananias and his wife lying to the Spirit of the Lord? Basically, you're claiming to do something that you're not really doing. You're doing it for influence or prestige. You're doing it for selfish means. But you're not really actually doing it. Okay? So, and Bobble Machine here has the follow-up question. And would the punishment be the same? No, it probably would not be the same. The reason why is because what's happening in these early chapters of Acts is you have a very fragile church because it's just starting out. Something like this where somebody like Ananias and Sapphira getting into a position of authority and power would have had a corrosive effect upon the church. So,
And that's what was done as an
Andrew Graham asked, was this done as an image to improve their standing in society? Yeah, it was to improve their standing within, say, the new church. So it was definitely done for status. This wasn't to help their brothers. This was to improve their status. So, again, Jack Ray, two exploiters. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Yeah, Ananias and Sapphira were trying to exploit the early church.
And you saw that
Yeah.
elders are
Yeah. I mean, you still see stuff like this happening in the church. You know, you still see this. You know, you'll see this among elders. Yeah, here's one of the crazy things, and I'm gonna rag on elders right now, cause the tithing of elders isn't good. They've done surveys of tithing, and they have discovered that your typical parishioner tithes 2% of their income. Okay, now that's pretty awful already. Okay, the average elder tithes 0.5%, half of 1% of their income. There are very few elders that tithe anywhere as close to a reasonable tithe. And there's no way you can sort of justify a 0.5% tithe, okay? But that's the average. That's the average tithe of an elder is 0.5%. Whereas your average parishioner is 2%. I mean, parishioners don't, your average person in the pew isn't doing great as far as tithing goes, but elders are doing so much worse. So, I mean, it's no wonder that churches are going bankrupt all over the place, because people aren't tithing. So, but you do see a lot of elders who use the church as a kind of, I'm gonna say this, like a Rotary Club, a gentleman's business connection club, old boys network. That's a good way of putting it. Old boys network. BC says elders probably count their time as a contribution. Yeah, except that's not your tithe. Yeah, your time is above that. Like, yeah, your time is a gift. Jeez. Mama says, Doc, I think a lot of decent pastors are afraid to talk about tithing because of bad televangelists. And you know what? Pastors should not be afraid to talk about this. Here's the thing. Tithing is a part of spiritual discipline. It's orthopraxis. It's part of your worship to not tithe. And the church I go to right now is terrible about this. Absolutely awful about this. Where I go to church, the pastor never talks about tithing. Ever. And tithing is horribly deficient at the church I currently go to. Okay? I think pastors need to talk about this. They don't need to. Here's the thing. Pastors shouldn't talk about tithing constantly. There's sort of two extremes on this that I think are really, really unhealthy. The pastor that always talks about tithing and the pastor that never talks about tithing. Both of those are an extreme. Both of those are unhealthy. Okay? In the case of the one that's always talking about tithing, they're cheating their congregation out of the other spiritual wealth of the Bible. The ones that never talk about tithing cheat their congregation of the spiritual blessings of tithing. Okay? It's a part of worship. It's a part of giving glory to God. Cool.
No.
Mama says, thanks, Doc. I'll be teaching on tithing at our women's Bible study soon. We are studying the spiritual disciplines. This rant is timely. I'm glad it's timely.
Now, Bonbon had asked
Mhm.
similar to that thoughts.
Bonbon asks a question here on thoughts on millionaire pastors, televangelists. There's two kinds, okay? And there's probably more than that, but I'm going to grossly oversimplify this, okay? Uh, Televangelism, I think, is a problem, okay? Why is it a problem? It's not that televangelism is inherently evil. It just tends to attract um positive confession, gab it and grab it heretics. There's a reason why. Because making televised sermons is expensive. Super, super expensive to do television broadcast. It's insanely expensive. So if you go on television, this is why radio ministries were more of the serious teaching was done on radio ministries than on television, because radio's relatively cheap. Okay. And of course now YouTube makes things so inexpensive that, if a pastor really wanted to put up a shingle and start preaching online, he could do it on YouTube with no problem, because of how inexpensive it is. But prior to the internet age, prior to YouTube, the two big mass media of distributions of sermons was by radio and television. Radio was very inexpensive. You know, you could have a decent radio ministry that hit dozens of stations for a few $100,000. Okay, but to get on, say, even a handful of television stations would cost in the millions. It's just an obscenely expensive medium. It's an obscenely expensive medium. So what televangelists were compelled to do is they had to every week beg for money because of the expense of the medium. And then they got very good at begging for money. And then they became wealthy as a result of begging for money. Okay? Oh yeah. Andrew Graham, you'd billions of dollars for an effective TV ministry. Oh yeah, an effective TV ministry is in, say, the tens of millions easily. To get it on networks, yeah, tens of millions easily. So now you have those kind of, oops, that question here. So you've got the televangelists. That's one kind of millionaire pastor. They're not the only kind, though. There are some pastors out there that are millionaires as a result of, say, being famous celebrities. Okay? And some of those people manage to earn and save in the millions through speaking fees. And how this works is that they'll get a per diem generally. Now, those particular, we'd say, celebrity pastors, pastors that are well known for their teaching skill, I can sort of see that. I knew one who would charge a per diem in, I think it was something like $3,000 to $6,000 for to preach a sermon on a Sunday. But he never did that to his home church. He only did that when he was out on the road. Okay? So somebody would book him. Basically, some church would want him to come guest speak. They would pay him the per diem, $3,000 to $6,000, whatever it was. And the way he justified this was, well, first of all, he needed a hotel. He did cover his travel expenses. Okay, well, you can't fault him for that. Okay, but he also was away from his home church at the time too. So he saw it this way: every Sunday he was away from his home church, he was not ministering at his home church. So he would give a incredibly large tithe to his home church from that per diem to compensate his home church for the fact he wasn't there. But even with this, he still managed to accumulate a net worth in the millions. So,
And there's some people who God just said, I will bless you.
mm-hmm.
And they bless others. And God says, I can use it.
Yeah.
And
So I think the circumstances surrounding the wealth are as important as the wealth itself. In fact, it's more important. So I don't think every millionaire pastor was irresponsible or sinful. I think sometimes it was just good financial management.
if you fall,
Calvin said,
some churches say, oh, the love of money. Because all Christians away from money. That leaves the George Soros.
Calvin is quoted as saying, earn as much as you can, to save as much as you can, to give as much as you can. Okay, that's a quote from Calvin. Okay. Carl F.H. Henry, when he passed away, he left Trinity an endowment of like $2 or $5 million. You know. Oh yeah, Piper's wealthy. Yeah.
But when you
Oh yeah, he's very humble when you meet him. But some of these guys just manage to earn, live frugally, save, and then pass it on to the ministry after their death. So it's not the money. It's how do they get it?
and that's the thing, using money,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. I would agree with Dustin Meeks here. Yeah, using money with the right motive. Yeah, if you're doing evil means to gain wealth for yourself. I mean, in the case of Kenneth Copeland, he's spending it on himself. He's spending it on mansions. He's spending it on jets. I mean, he's got like 7 jets, 7 airplanes. Why does one man need 7 airplanes? So it's a stewardship issue. It's a morality issue. It's a stewardship issue, and it's just one of those things where, you know, God's gonna hold you to account for what He gives you. He's gonna hold you to account for it. So. Maybe he's looking to start an airport. He owns an airport. He owns an airport.
he's got several jets.
He's got his own private airport.
Yeah, and everybody does.
Yeah.
But he doesn't use that for anything other than his
But
own.
he's also on the hook spiritually for every person he's deceived. Copeland is on the hook for every person he's deceived with his positive confession gospel.
Not a way to be judged.
Oh yeah, I would not want to be in his seat. I would not want to be in his position. Yeah. Yeah, he's going to get toasty when he passes on, because he's led a lot of people to destruction. So, Mama says people giving Copeland money are giving it because they want to be rich. They are complicit. Absolutely. They are absolutely complicit in that. They're greedy, and they're paying the price for being greedy. But they're also deceived. So, yeah, they're complicit, but a lot of deception is implicit.
But
Eve was deceived. She was also complicit.
the people giving money to doing it because they think it makes public.
Yeah, as my producer says, they're giving to Copeland because they think it makes God obligated to give them money and make them rich. Mama says he's tricked some sweet old people, sure, but most of his followers are just greedy. Yeah, they are. Absolutely. Dustin Meek says, also using money to help support, like buying good books like Reliquary of the Dead, which I'm enjoying so far, Dr. Falk. Awesome. Thank you. Great to hear that. When you're done, please leave a review. Reviews really help. We really appreciate the fact that you bought the book. I'm so glad you're loving it. And we might have a little surprise coming up in a few weeks regarding that too. So, again, thank you so very much for purchasing that book and supporting our ministry through it. Really appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Local.
Oh yeah, there was, like for example, Boaz was a rich man. He was also a righteous man. I mean, we talked about Boaz last week. Ruth decided to. I mean, he could have been a scumbag. Boaz could have been a Samson. He wasn't. He was a righteous man, but he was also wealthy too.
And there's a lot more people
Mm-hmm.
who are.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But it's not really much.
Yeah.
Use it.
Darkblade says, to me, the idea of giving some plain collector money means God owes you financial well-being sounds borderline blasphemous. That's because it is.
Yeah.
And it's not borderline. It's blasphemous.
And it's the very form of magic.
Yeah.
God.
It's a kind of reciprocal economy. This is paganism. It's full-on paganism. It's the same paganism that the Egyptians worshipped.
Exactly.
I mean, the Egyptians. Yeah.
He owes me this.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the Egyptians did. They would give the god gold, and then expect the god to give them more gold. It's a kind of reciprocal economy.
Well, it's what you said, the hieroglyph.
Yeah.
If I tell God a war story with a ending,
Mm-hmm.
he owes me a moment.
Yeah. Yes.
Magic.
It's a kind of sympathetic magic, but it's also paganism too. It's full of it's manipulation of deity. And there again, if you manipulate the deity, you're violating that taking the Lord's God's name in vain.
If you pray enough.
Oh yeah, Dutch Sheets. There's another one. Yeah, that guy, used to tell people that if you prayed enough and filled the prayer bowls in heaven, that God would eventually give you what you wanted.
You control.
Yeah, it's the idea that you can manipulate God to get what you want. And God is not fooled. God is not stupid, and he will not be fooled.
And that.
Yeah. Mama says one cannot outgive God. But yeah, but if you give to God expecting something back, it doesn't work that way. Count of Marcy, throw $1 in the collection plate and pull out, and out pops 100. That's the way a lot of these people are thinking. And that's just...
And
Yeah, and then as my producer says, God is somehow at fault if God doesn't make you rich. Or your faith wasn't good enough. That one is wicked. That one is real wicked because it's often used for healing. Oh, you weren't healed of your stage 4 cancer? Your faith wasn't strong enough. Because if your faith has been strong enough, God would have healed you.
Or they tell parents.
Or your kid died, and they tell the parents, oh, if you had just had more faith and given to the ministry, your kid would have lived.
Yeah.
Horrible.
All that money.
That's an abomination.
All that money on medical bills and did donate it to the church, would have had a miracle and lived.
Yeah, it's an abomination.
I have heard.
Yeah, it's an abomination. It's absolutely an abomination, and it comes from the pits of hell itself. The pits of hell itself. That whole positive confession, gabbing and grabbing, comes from the very depths of the pits of hell. And it just makes my blood boil to think about it. Just makes my blood boil to think about it. All right. We should probably move on with the super chats here. Okay. Bill Havernack for 1999. Thank you very much for the super chat. Archaeology traces back the chariot to Shintasha culture in the steppes circa 2000 BC. It actually chases it earlier than that, actually, but then introduced to Egypt by the Hyksos in 1600. Is there enough evidence to trace the technology southward in those 400 years? Actually, the earliest evidence we have of the chariot is actually in Assyrian reliefs dating to 2300 BC. Okay, so it's earlier than that even. But what we get out of the steppe cultures is the stirrups and the bridle. Okay, so that's what we get from there. Okay, so we kind of get the horseback riding, as it were, from that culture. But chariots go back to 2300 BC. That's where we find the invention of the wheel first appearing. Okay. Now, is there enough evidence to trace the technology southward in that period? Oh, absolutely, yeah. We do find the traces of chariot technology easily by the 1650s in Egypt. We find deformation of the mouth of horses from the bridle, from the bits, sorry. When the bit's put in the mouth of the horse, it actually deforms the jaw of the horse. We also see the breeding of new types of horses. The local Egyptian horse, which is not actually all that great of an animal, is interbred with the Syrian horse, and that actually produces a breed of horse that is very good for charioteering. We do find remains of bits and bridles at that point, plus the first extant chariot wheels. We also find a bunch of horse burials as well at that point. So yeah, there's more than enough evidence to show that that in that sort of 1650s is when, and we often say 1666 because it's, you can actually sort of narrow it almost down to that point where we find the first evidence of chariotry being introduced to Egypt. So yeah, there's absolutely more than enough evidence to show it. There was also a lot of, how to say this, foreigners being employed at Avaris during that period as well. We see there was Hittite shield molds there. Um, some Hurrian technology was found there too. So like Hurrian decorative motifs. So the Hyksos did seem to import various pieces of technology through all across the Mediterranean. So this is just something that seems to be particular to that particular regime in the Nile Delta. So absolutely, there's strong evidence for this. So anyway, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. But we see that all chariotry already in the Fertile Crescent in 2300 BC. Okay, next one here. Getting to the end here. Okay, Jonathan Walker. Down here. Okay, for $10, thank you for the super chat. I read that ancient Near Eastern texts use the phrase the heavens and the earth to refer to the entire world. Does this support the independent clause of Genesis 1:1 since the earth in verse 2 isn't the entire earth? I read that. Yeah, I'm not sure if that heavens and the earth refers to the entire world or basically existence. It's hard to say there. Does this support the independent clause of Genesis 1:1 since earth in verse 2 isn't the entire earth? Okay, let's take a look at that passage. Not quite sure what you're asking, but let's just see here. Okay, Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was formless and void, and the darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was moving over the surface of the waters. Okay. I don't think in that particular case, earth here in verse 2 necessitates that it isn't the. I don't think heavens and earth is a reference to the entire world. Not in just that this is just earth. Okay. I think it's more along the lines that I mean, first of all, I think Genesis 1:1 is a how to say this a title anyway. I don't think it's a creative act. I think it alludes to a creative act, but I don't think that's the specific purpose of Genesis 1:1. I think it's a title personally. But given that, it's a kind of summary. It's a summary statement. So I don't think that the first statement here is supportable. Because it's not supportable, the second one doesn't follow. Okay, so the second question, it doesn't follow that verse 2 isn't a reference to the entire earth, and I think that it's clear from the context of 2 that it is really talking about the world as such, not just a piece of the world, piece of the earth. Okay, so I think context would really sort of negate the first phrase here. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. All right, Tom Wanchek, asked the member question. Does Luke 24:27 militate against a Christotelic reading of the Old Testament? I can pretty much answer this already without reading that, but let's read that anyway. Luke 24, 27. All right. And the text says, and beginning with Moses and with all the prophets, he, this is Christ, explained to them things concerning himself in all the scriptures. Okay. No, this does not negate a Christotelic reading. This scripture is congruent with both a Christocentric and a Christotelic reading. Now, to explain what this means, is a Christocentric reading is you start explaining the scriptures by Christ in it. Doesn't matter what it is. You talk about the temple, it's about Christ. You talk about creation, it's about Christ. You talk about the Ark of the Covenant, it's about Christ. You talk about the killing of the Amorites, it's about Christ. Everything in the Old Testament's about Christ. Okay? That's a Christocentric reading. Okay? A Christotelic reading, you start with the context of whatever it's talking about in the Old Testament, and then you move towards Christ. Christ is still part of a Christotelic reading. Okay, telic reading. It's just a different starting avenue. So, with a Christocentric reading, you start with Christ. You start with Christ, you read that into whatever you're reading in the Old Testament, and then you might move on to context after you get done with all the Christ reading. But usually at that point, with most people who favor a Christocentric reading, they never get to the Old Testament context. Okay, this is one of those things that I find really sort of funny. Is Christocentrics will often talk about context, but never get to it. They never get to it. They start with the well, we're gonna talk about here the cherubim on the Ark of the Covenant, and that's about Christ. I'm not sure how, but it's about Christ. But they never get to the context of what that means in their culture. So I think it often leads, Christocentric readings often lead to misinterpretations of, say, Old Testament symbols and events. Okay? Because you're not starting with context. You're starting with Christ and imposing that upon everything as your first reading. Now, I think with a Christotelic reading, you start with, at least a responsible Christotelic reading, is you start with the context of the Old Testament, you read that in its original context, and that guides you to the interpretation of Christ. Okay? Now, the criticism that's often leveled against the Christotelic reading is, well, it's all, you focus entirely on context, never get to Christ. Okay, so that's I've heard that criticism leveled, but I think in both Christocentric and Christotelic readings, you've got to get to Christ somehow. Okay? So I think in that sense, I mean, if you want the Christo in there, whether it's Christocentric or Christotelic, you got to arrive at Christ somewhere. So in verse 27 here, it should apply, it's applicable to either Christotelic or Christocentric. Okay? At least if you're doing your Christocentric or Christotelic correctly.
What is the one God?
Mm-hmm.
Christ is God.
Mm-hmm.
So everything.
Yeah.
goes up.
Yeah, you're gonna have Christ in there somewhere. But I think I mean, the whole point of a Christotelic reading is eventually to arrive at Christ. So if you never arrive at Christ, you're not doing your Christotelic reading correctly. Whereas I think a Christocentric reading can lead you down the wrong path because you're not even considering context to begin with. Context is an afterthought. Mm-hmm. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Uh, Billy for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, how certain are we about David's inscription at Tel Dan? Some argue it might be a forgery. God bless. It's not a forgery. I mean, the argument that said it was a forgery was that the Tel inscription is too nice. It's too nice to be real, so it had to be a forgery. That's a stupid argument. Yeah, I can even tell I'm getting tired now. I'm starting to call it as it is. It's such a dumb argument. The Tel Dan stele was found in situ at the Tel at Tel Dan. Okay, it was found in the dirt. Okay, under the strata. So the idea that it was too nice to be real. Sorry, not buying it. Yeah, so yeah, we're pretty much certain about this at this point. You know, they've exhausted every possibility. Oh, it's House the Kettle. That's what that's really talking about at Tel Dan. It's not the House of David. It's the House of the Kettle. House of the Kettle. Oh, good grief. It's too nice. It can't possibly be real. That's what they said. That is what they said. The inscription's too clear, too precise, too perfect. Can't be real. Oh. Yikes. Why would anyone call their dynasty the House of the Kettle? Beats me. Beats me. I'm having some mic cutouts. Bonbon says everything sounds fine on his end. I can actually check that if we had any bitrate loss. We had 400 frames missed due to lagging. Skip frames, encoding lag. We've actually had almost. It's actually better than normal. Out of 3 million frames, we've missed 400. 0 skip frames. Yeah, we've had nothing dropped. Nothing dropped. So, everything is actually looking really, really, really peachy as far as broadcasting tonight. Yeah. Okay, so let's go on to the next one here. Yeah, yeah, we're sure it's a legitimate inscription. It's not a forgery. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. A follower of Ichthys for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Well, actually, it's a good thing he brought it up now, because I've got the statistics right here. I would lose that after I shut down. So, if it is on my end, it's yeah. If you hear any lagging, tell us, or drop frames or anything like that. You know, tell us, because then we can have a look at it and diagnose it. We can't diagnose it after the stream's over. Okay. Followers of the Ichthys for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He says, "Hi, Dr. Falk. Hello. What people group is older, the Iranians or the Egyptians, and why?" Depends what you mean by Iranians. Okay? If you're talking about the Persians, the Egyptians are older. If you're talking about other Mesopotamian groups, then it's a toss-up. So it really depends what you mean here. So if you're talking about the Elamites, yeah, it's probably a toss-up. So it all depends on what you mean by Iranians. Okay? So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. But yeah, unless we got some clarity there, that's about all we can say. So it's really depends on what you mean here by Iranians. Egyptians are very clear because Egypt was a monolithic culture. Okay, so we know sort of when Egypt started, how long it's been going on, and when it came to a conclusion as a culture. Iran, less so. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Follower of Ichthus for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think Abraham was being hyperbolic about him and his wife's age in Genesis 17:17? It seems obvious to me that he was joking about this question. Let's go to the text. Genesis 17:17. Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed and said in his heart, will a child be born to a man 100 years old? And will Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear a child? Well, hyperbolic, maybe. Okay? There's a lot of ways you could be hyperbolic, though. Okay? So, so it's possible he was being hyperbolic, but it's also, he also might not have been as old as all that either. So that could add to that hyperbole as you mentioned here. So, but it is there is a statement. I mean, he is claiming that they're already too old for childbearing. Okay, both Sarah and himself. But you know, we have to put this too into context of, say, their clan and all that stuff as well. So, I think there was a real intent there of him being too old. Otherwise, this wouldn't make any sense. So, Mama says, Doc, doesn't one of the scriptures describe him as good as dead, essentially? Yeah, one does, yeah. They might, like, they were well past any possible childbearing years. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is what's sort of at stake here, is that these were people who were supposedly well past childbearing age. Now, with that said, you know, Abraham here is claiming to be, 100 years old, but Abraham or his clan, and I'm going to put that in scare quotes here, lives another 80 years and produces a lot more children. Okay? So he's not done reproducing like a bunny. Okay? Not only does he have a son through Ishmael, but Keturah as well. He has sons and daughters through Keturah. So, yeah, for a guy that's as good as dead, yeah, he got around. So yeah, he was being hyperbolic about this, but he's also serious too about him being past the age of reproductive normalcy. Mama, gross. Mm-hmm. History is sometimes gross. And yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, everyone forgets about Keturah. Everyone forgets about Keturah. Okay. So, next one here is from Okay. Mama, again, I'm so tired of being so disgusted of men in the Bible. I'm sure women would have disgusted me too if they were written about more, but they weren't. Oh, yeah,
Um,
there were some humdinger women.
what queen?
Oh,
Uh,
Jezebel.
Jezebel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you got Jezebel. Queen Athaliah. Oh,
Or from
yeah,
Charmers.
yeah. There's some real charmers in the among the women too. I mean, we talked about one tonight. We talked about Sapphira. Yeah,
There are good women.
yeah.
Uh,
There's good women. There's good men in the
Sarah,
Bible. Perpetua, yeah, yeah, but she's already post biblical. So yeah, but yeah, you get both. You get both. You know, um, but that's what the Bible shows us is an unvarnished view of humanity, both the good and the bad. So Darkblade, Herod Antipas's wife, who had John the Baptist offed. Yep, yep. Yeah, so you get both. You get both good women and bad women. Good men, bad men. The Bible isn't going to sugarcoat this for us. And I think that's what I think gives the Bible a lot of its respectability. Is it's not protecting us from these people's lives. You know, the Bible doesn't protect us from the truth. It reveals it. It reveals the truth and then expects us to come to terms with it. So, okay, I'm going to take this one early um because it's applicable. Luis Sandoval for 100 and he said Dominican pesos. In which verse does it specify Abraham as a clan? All right, let's talk about this because it it's an inference, okay, but it's a pretty good inference. Now, verse 17. Abraham fell on his face, laughed in his heart, and says, "Will a child be born to a man 100 years old?" Well, Genesis 11 and 12 mention that um, Terah was 130 when he gave birth to Abram. Why is Abraham surprised about this? It doesn't make a whit of sense for him to be surprised that a 100-year-old person can give birth when his whole lineage is full of people who were in their hundreds when they were still having children. Okay? Moreover, Abraham himself is still producing children at 180. So doesn't make sense if we're talking about a single lifetime individual. It just doesn't make sense. So we have to, yeah. Darkblade also adds here. I know Genesis 37:25-28 mentions the Ishmaelites as their own thing less than 3 generations after their progenitor was born to Abraham. Yeah. It does the same thing in Exodus chapter 6, where it talks about the lineage of Moses. It's only 3 generations from um um from Levi to him. And yet the Israelites grew numerous in the land in 3 generations from 70 people. Doesn't compute mathematically or demographically. So, and in case of Moses' ancestors, you know, they lived to like 133, 135, 137, something like that. You know, they're living into the 130s. Well, that's only possible to get numerous people filling the land, and um in 3 generations, if those generations have been abbreviated as far as clan structures go. So we have to sort of presume that many of these long lifespans are in fact clan um um basically clan structures and not just the lifetimes of single individuals. Okay, so I hope that helps. It's just something that the Bible assumes you know, because their clan culture, their clan society, all they know. They don't expressly talk about this because they're not writing to individuals. They're writing. We have to understand that they're writing these documents for other clans. They're not writing this stuff for you as independent Americans living by yourself, in your 1-bedroom apartment. Okay.
This is really about the
Yeah.
that anybody's ever independent.
Oh yeah. This is. I mean, we have to understand what extraordinary circumstances we're living in here in 21st century Western world. The idea that a person can go have a job, earn enough money, feed himself, live in an apartment by himself, and then we think, oh, this is written for me. No, it's not written. These scriptures are not being written to us. These scriptures are being written for. I mean, we're getting benefit out of them, but they're not being written to us. So, a lot of the assumptions that scripture makes, we don't have. They assumed it as a given that clans were a thing. And it's all through the biblical text. Anytime you see the word family, take out family, put in clan, because that's what it really means. So, and we're just in that sort of time in history where we're just sort of in sort of the polar opposite to what the biblical writer's life was like. This is one of the things I really want to do in my next book is, talk about some of these hidden assumptions that the Bible talks about. It just assumes. It expects you to know this. So, because it just expects you to know this stuff. So, Darkblade says, so if each of those 3 is a clan, and a clan is 4 generations, there would actually be something like 12 generations between Levi and Moses. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. That's not an unreasonable estimate. I mean, there's things in the Bible. Dustin Meeks, ooh, making another book, Dr. Folk? That's why I'm punch drunk tonight, is because I spent like 30, I've been up for 30 hours doing a book proposal. I have a publisher that's now interested in a book, so...
Oh. They contacted January or February, but on the wrong account, so we just found about.
Yeah, the way this happened was, the publisher, I talked to the publisher back in November, and she didn't seem interested. So I said, okay, fine. So, but then she sent me an email to my academia.edu account. Now, she's got my email already, I don't know why she didn't send it to my regular email address, but I saw this message on my Academia EDU account going back to February. And she asked if I was still interested in doing the book, and I said, sure, I am, absolutely. So I had a 2 weeks ago, I contacted her, and she said, yeah, okay, let's talk. So I talked, and she says, I'm really interested in this book. Can you get me a proposal in 2 weeks? 2 weeks. I hate doing proposals. I absolutely despise doing book proposals. So, um, I've been doing all-nighters for the last 2 weeks, um, just to get this book proposal done. And it's looking really good right now, but I am so exhausted. So exhausted. Okay. So that's the story behind the book. So we got another, if their acquisitions committee likes the proposal, we will have probably another nonfiction book in the works. So that's good news. Mama says, Doc, is it that you despise the writing of them or the time crunch? I despise the writing of them. I've mentioned this before, that that I'm kind of one of those guys who doesn't like writing to an outline. I don't like writing to an outline. It doesn't matter if it's let's see, where is it now? It doesn't matter for me if I'm writing nonfiction or fiction. I hate writing to an outline. And I hate writing an outline. For me, the fun of writing is not knowing where it's going and seeing where it ends up. That's, for me, the fun of writing. I absolutely love writing. I'm a discovery writer. I like to discover things as I write. This is one of the reasons why I love doing my dissertation so much. I love doing my PhD dissertation because I would write 300 words a day, 384 words a day, and discover something new every time, a little bit of research. And I love that process of discovering things so much. So having to put all that into a document where I don't even know where it's going. One moment. That's the thermometer. Yeah, writing to me is like an adventure. I love the adventure of writing. So, I mean, when I write very fast. So, I don't like, um, no, this time it wasn't the Naughty Bunny break. She's actually being pretty good tonight. She's actually sitting right beside me here. So she's actually being she's being a really lovely bunch. Good girl. Good bunny. Good girl. Yeah, she's being a good bunny tonight. Dustin Meeks, man, these proposals take that long. If you don't like writing them, yeah. Well, my proposal for this book took me 3 years to write. Okay. took me 3 years to write the proposal for that. It took me 1 year to write the book. Yeah, it's just for me, it's agony. It's absolutely agony to write a book proposal. I can write a bunch of books in the time it takes me to write a proposal. You see, for me, it just feels like such a waste of time to write proposals. Yes, I know they need it for marketing purposes and all that. I get that. I understand it. I just don't like doing it. So, oh, I mean, this is there. It's not a small document either. I mean, the proposal this time is 34 pages. It's 34 pages.
2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. Yeah. I mean, there was a guy, what's his name now? Not Kent Weeks. He wrote Anatomy of a Civilization. What's his name? Just take me a moment to look this up. What is his name now? Barry Kemp. Barry Kemp is his name. Barry Kemp had a knack for doing proposals. Okay? When Barry Kemp finished his PhD, he couldn't get an academic position. So he decided to start writing books. Well, he put out 24 book proposals in a year. The guy was a machine when it came to making book proposals. 22 out of those 24 proposals were accepted. This is a great story. This is a great story. So at the tender age of like 25, he was in a commitment to write 22 books because he all got accepted and he all got advances for them. Yeah, oops. Well, you know, if you don't finish the book, they don't collect the advance back.
Eventually.
Yeah, but they all gave him money. Now, he never finished a lot of those books. So, unfortunately, it left the publisher on the hook because he's dead now. So he died without finishing any of those books, but it shows you that, you know, there are some people out there that are very, very talented at doing book proposals. More talented at doing book proposals than doing books. But I'm the opposite. I'm much better at writing books than I am at writing proposals. So, all right. So let's get back to this then. All right. We've gone down that one. Billy Nanguin for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, why are conspiracy theories so addicting and exciting even if false? Has academia failed to bridge the ivory tower with commoners? The latter question is yes. The ivory tower has failed to bridge the ivory tower with commoners. Academia does generally a very, very poor job of explaining what they do. they're so used to doing things in their particular discipline and silo that talking to people who are non-subject matter experts is a is almost an afterthought to them.
To them, automatic.
Yeah, it does make sense to academics, but it doesn't make sense to most people.
And remember, not all computers exciting or interesting.
Well,
They only hear about
the funny thing is, there is a presumption that if you're an academic, you won't be able to communicate with people who are not subject matter experts. I did something today that I thought I would. I mean, I know that I wrote a novel, Reliquary of the Dead. Okay? And I asked ChatGPT today, is Reliquary of the Dead a good book? Because I wanted to see what AI would actually say about it. And one of the interesting things is that it talked about, the combination of archaeology in the book, but it also said this: the author is an Egyptologist, so expect the book to be full of jargon, obtuse language, and a difficult, detailed read. And if you want something with faster pacing, read something else. Now, if you've read the book, it's not a slow read. It's very fast paced. Apparently, ChatGPT doesn't read. Yeah. So, you kind of have to wonder how much of people are relying on things like ChatGPT for book recommendations, because, that's the one thing I'm sort of. I mean, we've had several reviews now that have basically said it's a fast read. So AI here has basically said, well, because the author is a scholar, it has to be a slow, monotonous read. Darkblade, at least we know how ChatGPT stereotypes Egyptologists. Yep, sure does. Oh, it's very disturbing, yeah.
For,
I don't know, but it just, it just shows you that ChatGPT doesn't know how to read. It can't evaluate what's a fast read versus what's a slow read.
Or identify jargon.
Or identify jargon, yeah.
I mean, it's all that one incident where you call that weird sloping wall, whatever the term is.
The term scree. It was thrown off by the term scree. Or it just hates Egyptologists.
It assumes that the word scuttlebug is
it assumed scatterbug was a technical term. But I thought that was really, really interesting. Discouraging, but interesting. That ChatGPT had that same bias that an academic cannot write well or write with a fast pace. So it was really interesting how that reputation of academia, failing to bridge the ivory tower with the lay reader, seeped into these other areas too. So, that was really interesting. But yeah, it clearly wasn't. It had only referenced. ChatGPT said it had only referenced one professional review. So that was probably that was Collier's review. So yeah, it was just crazy. It was absolutely crazy when I read the ChatGPT uh asked if it was a good book.
Mama asked how does it decide? It basically just read reviews on.
Um Mama said asks, how does ChatGPT even determine if something is boring or not? It's a computer. It doesn't know. It has to go off what other humans have said. Yeah, but here's the thing. It it went off one reviewer basically said there's not enough reviewers for it to make an opinion, but it inferred from the fact that I was an academic that it had to be boring. So it didn't determine it based upon the content of the book, and it didn't determine it based upon most of the lay reviews. It determined this off of one review, which it sort of dismissed, and the reputation of academics in general. So, as crazy as that is, you know, that shows you that, Billy's question here, that academia fails to bridge that ivory tower with commoners, is a thing. It's a thing. And it's a thing that's carried over even into AI when it shouldn't have, but it does. Now, his first question: why are conspiracy theories so addicting and exciting, even if false? Because they're anti establishment. And it's been shown that people who read anti-establishment theories that sort of challenge the status quo, give an endorphin rush. So the more fringe conspiracy theories people consume, the more endorphins they get from the consuming that material. So there is an addictive nature to conspiracy theories, but it's an addiction that's done through endorphins, because they're getting a sense of a sort of an instant hit. They're getting an instant pleasure hit. That, oh, the status quo's wrong. The scholars are wrong here. The stuck up academics are wrong. Endorphin hit, endorphin hit, endorphin hit, endorphin hit. It's no different than people who doom click on Facebook. It's endorphin. It's endorphin rush after endorphin rush after endorphin rush. So Jack Ray, all academics must be boring. Always. See? There you go. Jack Ray said it must be true. Yeah, it's crazy, but that's sort of Mama says, yeah, it went off of a stereotype. Exactly. Exactly. And this is one of the dangers of AI. Okay? Is AIs tend to reiterate common knowledge. They reiterate common knowledge. They have no tolerance for particulars.
Yeah, unless it's a industry specific program.
Yeah. 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 But AIs just tend to go off of stereotypes. This is why when and to be honest, they also tend to get opinions from the lowest common denominators. Like Microsoft's first attempt at AI, they had to take it offline because in 20 minutes of operation, it was starting to spew racist garbage. I mean, it was starting to spew racist slurs. I mean, it was
vile.
Yeah, it was vile.
You
Yeah, Reddit AIs. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, that's where they got it.
Oh yeah.
Reddit was one of their primary, and it's like, guys, if you want to program something, you can't read any Reddit.
Hmm.
Reddits are fundamentally unhinged.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. So but that's what happens is this is what happens to AI, and not only does AIs tend to descend to the lowest common denominator, it then starts poisoning its own training with its own with other AI stuff. So it sort of becomes this a positive feedback loop of garbage. So this is just one of those things that we just see that that's a problem with the current batch of AIs. Okay. Now, I think a lot of that will eventually be fixed, but the ones we have today, nah, not looking good. Not looking good so far. Mama, hate and Piron. That's most of the internet. Such a waste. Yeah. That's what AI is being trained on. Gotta love it. Billions of dollars at work. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, but so I hope that answers your question, Billy. Conspiracy theories are addicting because they give us an endorphin rush, and academia has failed here. And it's, as we said here, it's resulted in a stereotype that apparently even AI believes. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Aaron Richard for $10. Thank you for the super chat. In Numbers 13, it is part of the spies' fear that they believe their God can't overcome the inhabitants of Canaan. Now, you didn't give me a verse. We'll try to find this, but if we can't find this quickly, we'll have to move on. But I think it's at the end of Numbers 13. Okay. Um Verse 31, but the men who had gone with him said, we are not able to go up against these people, for they are too strong for us. Okay, so it doesn't actually talk about okay, I guess the question is it part of the spies' fear that they believe their God can't overcome the inhabitants of Canaan? I think it's just fear. To be honest, I think it's just there's no talk here about God. I don't think they're even considering that. I think they're just afraid. So that's what I think is going on there. So unless you got something more specific here, but it doesn't there's no reference to Yahweh or God in this. So I mean that might be underlying some of their fear, but it's not said explicitly in the text. So unfortunately, that's probably the best we can answer this at the moment. So thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate it. Harry Stark asks the member question. Do we know which arguments caused the ancient Greek philosophers to become Christians? To some extent, yes, we do. And it wasn't actually apologetic arguments. The biggest influences upon the Greek philosophers to converting to Christianity wasn't actually Christian apologetics. It was the Greek poets. Poets such as Horace, not Horus as in the bird, but Horace. Okay, so it was a lot of it was the Greek poets that basically were a lot of the Greek poets, especially in the first and second centuries BC, used the Septuagint as a source of inspiration. And some Greek philosophers were deeply, deeply influenced by these Greek poets who saw the Christ in these Greek poems that were inspired by the Septuagint. Okay? So it wasn't philosophical arguments that convinced them, at least convinced many of them. You know, many of them knew about the depravity of sin through these poets. So, so it was one of those things where we know that at least the early Greek philosophers who converted, they weren't doing it based, as I said, apologetics was not so much a tool that was used with the Greeks. The Greeks were seem to have been more approached through their mythology, through their ritual, through their worship, and through their poetry. Like we see this, for example, when Paul goes to Athens. He goes to Mars Hill, and he sees a chapel to the unknown God. And he says to the Athenians, hey, you worship this unknown God. I know who that unknown God is. Let me tell you about him. So the Greek philosophers were much more influenced by things like the storytelling of myth and their religion and their poetry than they were by apologetic arguments. In fact, the apologetic arguments did very, very little to actually convert Greek philosophers. It was the other arts that really sort of had traction with them. And it's really interesting. It's really interesting, especially if you do like a comprehensive study of Greek poetry, and there's a lot of it out there, where it goes sort of deep into this stuff. Because you can see the influence of, say, the Septuagint in this stuff. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that member question. Really appreciate it. Okay, Aaron Richard for $5. Thank you for the super chat. You mentioned any gods were local. Yeah, this is something called localism. It was particularly true of Bronze Age deities. Is a point of the story of Abraham also his son showing that the Lord is not a local territorial god? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's... But here's the thing. By the time the story of Abraham gets written down, we're already seeing that reversal of the localism of, say, the Bronze Age to, say, more universal deities of the Iron Age. So, a lot of the recording of, say, the stories of Abraham is to show that the beginnings of this reversal, where the paradigm that everyone believed in the Bronze Age, and everyone in the Bronze Age believed gods were local. Absolutely everybody. Nobody believed in universal gods. Everyone believed that gods were a local phenomenon. No. They were a local phenomenon. So that was... we see that transition happening on the cusp of the Iron Age. So when the stories of Abraham start getting written down and are passed along in Genesis, Genesis is really a late Bronze Age, early Iron Age document. So it's one of those things where we're just it appears this appears in the stories of Abraham, but it's also Abraham himself probably would have believed Yahweh, or not Yahweh, but El Shaddai. He's worshiping El Shaddai. Was to some extent a local or territorial god, but maybe of a larger extent a territory. So, but it's moving. It's making the stories are making that drift from a god that's local to being a god that's universal. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 10 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you very much for your support. I am starting to slur my words here because I'm so tired. I wish I was drunk, not tired. It's like, at least then I would have a good reason for slurring my words. Okay. Bon has a member question here. Why would God give humans, limited beings, the freedom to sin and therefore bring about suffering and the fall? How is it not his responsibility then? Okay, well, it's not his responsibility because he didn't make you do it. Essentially, that's what freedom is. Freedom doesn't say, yeah, I'm going to make you sin. If God said, okay, yeah, I'm going to make you sin, going to make you not sin, going to make you sin, yeah, then he'd be responsible. But if he gives you the freedom to sin, then it's your choice to sin. That's what freedom is. It's you. This comes down to what's called primary and secondary causes. And you'll see this talked about, for example, in the Westminster Confession. Okay? God's responsible for primary causes. He sets the stage. Okay? He gives you the freedom. Okay? But you can do what you want within that freedom. That's the secondary cause. So, it's kind of like a king. King makes some laws. He sets borders around his land. You can do what's... He says, okay, you know, in my kingdom, you're not allowed to steal. Well, but the king also says, I'm not going to watch you 24/7 either. Now, the king has given you the freedom to not steal, or to steal. But he's not making you steal. Okay? So, you know, it's just one of those things where, you know, it's a matter of scope. Here's the problem here. If you say God is responsible for giving you freedom, you then end up causing a modal scope fallacy. Okay? So you have to be careful not to do that. Because, you know, there's a lot of things there that you can get into a lot of trouble with that one. So, Connor Francis says, suppose you give a knife to a man. It is not inevitable he will use it for evil. Exactly. Yeah. I've got a knife. I'm not going to use it for evil.
Is that
No, this one's the one I got inherited from Dad. Okay. Yeah, I inherited a knife from my father. Spyderco. Okay. I own a knife. I'm not going to use it for evil. So it's... I mean, I've owned knives all my life. So for me, I mean, I was a Boy Scout. Okay, there's more there's more Dr. Folklore. He was a Boy Scout. New lore! New lore! So just because you got the freedom to do something doesn't mean you have to use that freedom for wickedness, essentially. And if God gives you that freedom, then the choice is yours. BC, of course he was. Betty knows all the knots. Well, I know a few knots. No bowline. Bubble machine. Okay, I'll add Boy Scout to the list. Bubble machine, because of course. Yeah, I have a piece of cord paracord I sometimes have up here to practice my knots. But okay. Bomana says, and God designs us as fallible, limited beings. Why give us the ability to make sinful choice instead of only limiting it to the scope of goodness? Because he would be a robot. See, that's the problem with making beings that only do good. You have no choice then but to do good, right? If all you can do is good, you have no choice but to do good. You can't do anything other. See, that's the problem with freedom. Freedom gives you the ability to do other. So if you have if you have freedom, you have the freedom to do other. Then good. If all you can do is good, there's no freedom to do other than good. Bonbon says, God is literally trying to turn us into robots by banning us from having certain thoughts and banning us from doing certain acts. It's not quite that. He wants you to depend upon him for your righteousness. Okay? Yes, he wants you to not sin. He wants you to do good. Okay? Thoughts are a different thing. Not every thought can be controlled. But thoughts can be made to be put into subjection to him. And then you let God take care of the thoughts. Yeah, we can put a tab on Discord for the problem of evil. I think that'd probably be best here. Because it's a long conversation if we go there. Okay. The Vault says that's the sanctification part. Exactly. Yeah. And God shows his glory through our sanctification. Because otherwise, we're just rotten sinners doomed to hell. God shows his power through our sanctification. Okay, so we're going to move on here to the next one. Dark Blade, chat, has there been a foodie portion yet? We talked about the ketogenic diet. I guess there has been, sort of. But hey.
By the way,
oh, provolone with salami, deli cut salami, and some cilantro and olives, and oh yeah. Keto taco. Really good. Okay, next one here is from Zubin Paul for, I think it's 200 rupees. Okay, thank you very much for the super chat. What's a religious affiliation of biblical scholars, atheists, progressive Christian, Orthodox Christian, involved in academic consensus And why do they differ from Orthodox Christian views and interpretations? Well, you get a mix. You get a mix. You get a lot of you could get a lot of progressive liberals. You do get atheists. You do get some Orthodox Christians too. So some of them agree with the consensus, some of them don't. And I think this is one of the things where we have to be a little careful about this whole consensus, because it's not a small field. Okay. This is not like, in some ways, Egyptology is really easy to get the consensus for because there's like 200 of us. There's very, very few Egyptologists running around the landscape. Okay? When you're hundreds pretending to be Egyptologists, but there's only like really about 200 of us, maybe 500 tops. Okay? There's very, very few Egyptologists running around. Okay? But when you talk about biblical scholars, you're talking 50,000 or more. Okay? Covering 500 programs. How do you get a consensus on that? How do you determine what's the general rule? Well, it turns out a lot of what biblical scholars say is consensus is who you know, who you're buddies with. Well, if you're atheists, you tend to hang around other atheists. If you're liberals, you tend to hang around other liberals. So, it's really hard to get your thumb on a consensus when you have that many people with that many different perspectives on the same material. So, I think it's a very, very difficult thing to determine the academic consensus without excluding people who should have a seat at the table. Okay? The atheists tend to exclude the Orthodox Christians from the table. They don't want them there. There's a one guy who comes frequently on, say, Mythvision's channel, who basically says that he wants all Christians out of SBL because they muddy the discourse. Well, what he really means is that they have opinions he doesn't like.
Logic that isn't.
Yeah.
That's what he's really.
Mm-hmm. So, excluding people from the discourse doesn't make a consensus. It just sort of compartmentalizes you into an echo chamber. So,
which is why.
Yeah.
It's saying freedom.
Yeah, and this is why we should say, be open with regards to the opinions of others, so we don't fall into the same trap.
We are on this channel. We just demand.
Yeah. So so that's the reason why they differ and all that. So Mama says there's so few truly independent scholars and no unbiased ones. Well, yeah. Independent scholars are, how do I say this? It takes money to do research. Okay? Even if it is just to put food on your table, it takes money to do research. Which is why we're grateful for all the support we get here on this channel, is because you guys allow us to write and do research. So we're really, really grateful for the opportunity you give us. Okay? But it takes money to do this. You have to feed yourself somehow. You have to put a roof over your head. You have to have clothes on your back, and you have to have, shelter, the basics of life. And that takes money. So, for a lot of scholars, they are at the beck and call of their institution. And institutions do expect their scholars to toe the party line.
Again,
So,
we've had heroes,
yeah.
doctors, and his
We've had great examples to live by. You know, men who basically say sometimes buck the system. Okay? But it was always at a cost. So, you know, you just have to sort of accept that. Okay? So, all right. Next super chat here is from Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think some verses should be renumbered or broken up? Some seem too long and poor or divided up poorly. Oh, that's actually a really great question. Here's what I would say. I don't think it's so much that the verses need to be broken up or renumbered. Renumbered, yes, maybe. Okay. Chapter breaks. Okay. There are some really, really poor places that chapter breaks were done. Okay. And this is sort of, we're inheriting this from the Masoretes. Okay. So there are some places where there's been really, really poor chapter breaks. Chapter breaks that don't make any sense. Okay. And I can give you even a couple examples here. Like, for example, Genesis. Genesis 1 should actually end at verse 4 of chapter 2. Okay? So there's one example right there where the chapter break should not be at verse 31, but should be after verse 4. Okay? So, there's definitely issues with some chapter breaks that I think should be, you know, reorganized. But a Darkblade, if I remember correct, one part of with a chapter break is in the middle of a sentence. Yeah, you get that. Yeah, some of those chapter breaks were crazy, really sort of crazy. Mama says the scripture of God is inspired, but not the chapter breaks or even the verse breaks or even the spaces between the words. So not even the word breaks are inspired. Okay, we look at this and we go like, if I pull up the Masoretic text, the Hebrew here. Okay, you see those spaces between the words? That's not inspired either. That was added. That was added by the Masoretes, and sometimes they got them in the wrong place.
the King James is
And the vowel markings aren't inspired either. Okay? So the vowel markings aren't inspired, the spaces aren't inspired, the chapter breaks aren't inspired, the verse breaks aren't inspired, and yeah. So there you go. The only inspired parts are the consonants. Yeah, we're grateful for those little marks anyway, because they help us read it. But Jack Ray, even though Latin didn't have word breaks for a long time, yeah, absolutely, yeah, and neither did the Greek. Greek didn't have them either. So, there's a really good book by Paul Lawrence called Egg Whites or Turnips, and he talks about some of these places where the spaces should have been different. So a lot of those spaces are in the wrong place. So by the way, don't let me forget to email him tonight. Yeah. I just need to. I'm meeting with Paul Lawrence next week, so yeah, it's next week already. Yeah, this month has just flew by. So you know, not even the spaces between the words are inspired. So I don't think the breaks between the verses are already the worst part, not by a long shot. Chapter breaks need some improvement. Word spaces need some improvement. And yes, there's some vowels that should not be there. So, okay. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. All right, Luis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. Thank you for the super chat. Can you talk about the weirdest verse in the Bible? Yeah, that is a hard choice, isn't it? Count Marcy suggests the longest day of the year. No, that's actually not that weird. Believe it or not. That's Assyrian astrology. No. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know what's the weirdest verse. Don't boil a goat in milk, maybe? No, that one makes sense too.
Yeah.
That one actually makes sense as well. Because it is a Ugaritic fertility ritual. So that one makes sense also. Yeah, some of these things that seem weird aren't once you got the context. So of the prostitute that was chopped up, nope, not weird also. Very gross, disgusting, horrendous, callous, incredibly callous. I mean, it was a murder. By the Levite. But yeah, it was the Levite that killed her. But not weird. Depraved, but not weird. I don't know. I can't say which one's weird as such. Micaiah Court of God Vision was weird. I don't know. Yeah. 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 I mean, a lot of these things that we see as weird have perfectly reasonable explanations if you understand the culture. The problem is we're so divorced from the culture that it often seems weird to us today. So, Mask of Shy, maybe there's nothing weird, maybe only weird out of context. And I think that's a lot of it. I think that's a lot of it, is that a lot of it is out of context. So without the context, you know, things seem weird when, you know, the Yeah.
It's a clown.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then
Yeah.
it's just-
Yeah. Mama, context is king. Absolutely. Context is king. So, all right. So, I can't really answer that question because I don't see it as all that weird. So, okay. Um, sorry about that, but I don't have an answer to this question. Okay. Thank Jack Ray here for 20 gifting the channel 20 Ancient Egyptian Bible memberships. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your support of this channel hosted by this exhausted scholar. Blue Sheep, the Nephilim are weird. Is weird. It's not weird. It makes perfect sense. I mean, we already talked about Sargon. He's your paradigmatic Nephilim. It makes sense again. In the context. Why Judas betrayed Jesus? Because he wasn't the conquering king he thought he was. DC, complimenting a woman by saying her belly is a mound of wheat is pretty weird. Not if you're an agricultural society. I mean,
But don't try it.
yeah, don't do that today. Okay. You know, I think it's time to step up your game from the Bronze Age. Just saying. Okay.
Forget strong.
PC, forget Strong's exhaustive concordance. We've got Dr. Folk's exhausted live stream. Boy. Darkblade, poor Dr. Folk has been sleep deprived for a day and a half and stereotyped by Chat GPT. It is concerning, though, isn't it? A lot of people will have the book. Yeah, a lot of people will ask Chat GPT, is my book a good book? So I looked it up to see if what it said, and that was what I got was a stereotype.
Are going to, oh.
Yeah. So we probably need more professional reviewers. I review on TikTok. But it seems to be what people are looking at, so. Okay, let's move on here. Because I am following. Michael Watts for 19.99. Thank you very much for that super chat. Having my son Paul's 3rd birthday party tomorrow. Well, awesome. Wish him a happy birthday for me. That is fun. What a blessing. What a blessing. So, enjoy your the birthday party with your son, okay? Hopefully he'll have a great time too. That's the last super chat. Okay. I will take one and only one non-super chat. I'm exhausted. So
We got. Oh. Dark President. Start. Testament. Topic.
Um, let's take the third one. Yeah. Yeah. What 849. All right, we just got one more super chat here, but we'll take the non-super chat first. Okay. $8.49. Buzzing up here. Actually, let's just take the one that just came in at 1201. Is there anyone keeping the ancient Egyptian religion? Do that one. This will be our last. This will be the last non-super chat of the night. We'll take the last super chat, and then we'll call it a night here. Is Maskus Shy asked, is there anyone keeping the ancient Egyptian religion? No. Okay. Here's the reason. There's a lot of people out there that say they're keeping the ancient Egyptian religion. Nobody is actually doing it. Okay? The reason why is it is prohibitively expensive. Okay? We started a series called So You Want to Start an Egyptian Divine Temple Cult. Okay? And it would take millions of dollars and breaking a lot of laws to start an Egyptian religion. Here's the thing. Doing an Egyptian religion is a state endeavor. You can't do it. Darkblade, and also prohibitively prohibited by law. Yeah, because of the human sacrifice you need. You need a human sacrifice. You also need a lot of stone. You need a lot of special materials. You need facilities for ritual bathing. You need furniture made of gold and precious stones. It's a state endeavor. It's a state. You need a foundation deposit that made of expensive stuff. It is, as I said, it is not only prohibitively expensive, it's illegal. Okay. Yeah, Kemet the Frog is, yeah. Yeah. Mask of Shy. Oh, crap. Yep.
You did it.
Bon. You need employees and priests as well. Yep. To do the rituals every day. Yeah. Yep.
You did a cost.
Yeah, I did a cost breakdown of this. Mama, human sacrifice. That's the hard part. That's a hard get. Yeah. Yeah.
But Connor's. But even that they don't do it.
Yeah.
They don't know about
it. Yeah. 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 So I mean, it's a state. It'd be a state endeavor, to actually do a proper Egyptian religion that is consistent with what the ancient Egyptians practiced. So everybody who has who claims to be running an Egyptian religion isn't. They aren't. They're doing what we call a reconstructed religion. It's kind of like these guys these neo-pagans, like the guys who claim to be Celts. They're not Celts today. Celts haven't existed for thousands of years. Or Druids. It was Druids, sorry. Yeah, these guys who claim to be Druids today, they're not Druids. They're they've recreated this religion out of those druids haven't burned anyone in a wicker man yet. A BC, it's religious fanfic. In many respects, yeah, it is religious fanfic. Yeah. I mean, it's a reconstructed religion. And a lot of that reconstruction has little or no resemblance to the ancient religion. So, Mascus Shy says, so I guess the Egyptian religion wasn't able to evolve or adapt in other ways. It did adapt, but it became something else. It became Gnosticism. That's how Egyptian religion adapted. It sort of merged with Platonism. It merged with Platonism to become Gnosticism. And that's going to be the closest you get to ancient Egyptian religion. But even that it's not like the original Egyptian religion. Because as I said, the original Egyptian religion is a state religion. It's a state religion. It requires temples and sacrifices and clean rooms and ritual purity and human sacrifice and gold objects and all that stuff. Mama says, they're druid cosplayers, less accurate than your average cosplayer Comic-Con.
Oh,
Ouch!
but
It's true.
The people at Comic-Con.
Yeah, the people at Comic-Con at least do their research. Absolutely. Okay, we got one last super chat here, and then we're going to call it a night. And this is from Jack Ray for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And thank you for the support of the channel. He says, have you thought of the channel emoji options yet? No? Well, maybe some artists could help. I have thought of it. About the time I've been sort of like, my head has been hitting the keyboard when I've just like passed out from exhaustion. Yeah, I've actually thought about the emojis. Not much, but I have thought of it. We do seem to have a space in our for a few more emojis. So I did look at that.
Darkly, yes.
Trash Panda. No, Trash Panda.
That would be cool.
Yeah, Trash Panda would be cool. Oh boy. I mean, I thought of possibly doing a cherubim. You know, like the real cherubim kind of spirit critter. You know, 6 wings and an eye. Yeah, we have sound foxes already. We don't need any more sound foxes. We're good on the sound foxes. We do need a spirit critter. We do need a spirit critter. They have to be the icons have to be really small, though. I think it's something like 28 by 28 pixels. They're really tiny. So, yeah, you can't do a bunch of eyes, though, on a spirit critter, because the resolution of the emoji is too small. We can probably continue this conversation on our Discord server, okay? So, and if you haven't signed up for our Discord server, please do so already. So, yes, I've thought about it. Yes, I looked into it. We do have some space, it looks like, for a couple more emojis. But given all the stuff I had to do this week, it's just like, just has not been the #1 priority. All right. Okay, so with that said, we are going to call it a night here. I want to thank all our Super Chat supporters and those who have donated to us through PayPal. Thank you very much. You support this channel and the work we do. You put food on our table, and we really, really appreciate it. I also want to thank those who have our Patreon and YouTube membership supporters. You guys keep the equipment running. We really appreciate that.
And thank you.
Thank you very much for the new coffee pot too, guys. We had that break this week as well. So, this live stream was brought to you by the new coffee pot that arrived yesterday. And finally, I want to thank our regular YouTube viewers who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and the bell notification, and share our URLs with these other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. With that said, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.